deep within our souls, we can feel there's something empty. We need something more, I feel destiny, she tempts me. Tells me there's two paths, they both have a different ending. Choose wise and you'll find that pain leads to ascending. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery, I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery, I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. Last place, that's alright, I don't work at a fast pace. I'm the steady horse creeping up straight past it. And once I pass you, no one's getting past me. I've seen people hit walls and they stop there. I don't get that mind, man, it sounds scared. Good things take time, better prepare, cause anything great takes pain as a fair. Take it from me, cause I got to this place where no one can tell me to do anything. I call my own shots, I call my own place. I enjoy my life almost every day, and I could teach you if you listen to me. You follow some rules, don't need gifts to be paid. Persistence is better than brains any day. Just listen to me and I'll show you the way. Within our souls, we can feel there's something empty. We need something more, I feel destiny, she tempts me. Tells me there's two paths, they both have a different ending. Choose wise and you'll find that pain leads to ascending. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery, I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery, I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary.
Ohayo gozaimasu, konnichiwa, konbanwa. Yamashita Marko desu. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. I am your host, Marko Yamashita. Thank you so much for being here tonight. If you're with me live, thank you so much for being here in chat. If you are following me on VOD after the live stream, thank you so much for dropping in. Tonight is going to be a rather serious stream tonight. Hang on, let me turn on the background music here real quick. There we go. There we go. Like I was saying, the stream tonight is going to be a rather serious stream tonight. We are going to be covering some serious topics. So just be aware of that as we proceed forward. I do want people to understand that for the first part of the stream here, as you can see behind me, the chat has been turned off for the comment section. That is intentional because for one, this is a response video towards Rita from Prism project, primarily because I wanted to do a follow-up stream regarding mental health for her. And I wanted to do a video for her, and because I have not been able to properly respond to a lot of the things that she was able to cover during her charity stream, and I felt it was very important because as a VTuber, she was able to hit on a lot of topics that unfortunately are not addressed within our community, and that's vitally important as a content creator, as a VTuber, and as somebody who has an outreach towards other people, especially during the whole COVID incident and with everything else that has been going on, with people being isolated, people turning more towards content creation in order for having some kind of connection with other people. It's vitally important for our community to be able to talk about these things. Also, I wanted to be able to provide her, and I also invited Pina Pinguin from Prism Project to drop by if she has the opportunity, because I wanted to explain to her why her content means so much to me as well. And I wanted to be able to present them with have a presentation that is as compact as possible, since their time is very limited to begin with, and that they have a lot on their plate as being part of an agency and being part of an idol agency making content, and they have a packed schedule to begin with. So I wanted to be able to get the message across to them so they can hear as much as possible, and then be able to have a conversation if needed afterwards for anybody who wanted to have a conversation. So if there is no questions within the audience, then obviously that's fine as well, since this is a very a touchy subject, and a lot of people might not want to have a lot of connections with it. That's perfectly fine as well. However, I want people to be aware of that. Okay, so I want to go ahead and move forward with the presentation here, and what I'll do, and what I intend on doing here is with Rita's presentation. She was very she was very thorough with what she covered. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and present some of the slides and some of the information that she presented, and I'm going to expand upon that information by using myself as an example, because there's a lot of things that I personally experienced and I have gone through and I'm still going through that hits exactly what she has been talking about, and why programs like hers, her charity, is so vitally important, and why things like this need to be addressed within the community that as a whole, and why people in general need to be aware of mental illness, and that the everyday person likely might be dealing with something, and you might not even know it, because the outside, the outward appearance may look perfectly fine, but what they're dealing with internally could be a completely different story. Umberto, thank you for dropping in. Thank you very much for dropping in, sir. I just to let you know, Umberto is a regular visitor on my channel. Just to let you know, sir. For the first part of the stream here, I am going to be a little bit limited on interaction with chat as people filter in, just so I could get the presentation out of the way, because I did tell Rita and Pina that I was going to try to get as much as possible done at the very beginning of the stream, since their time is limited. So, if there's anything that Rita wanted to use for her video essay, she could use it. And then of course, with them being part of Prism Project, their time is limited. So I wanted to be able to try to get as much said in the first part as possible. And then, I'll of course open up, for conversation after we get towards, the latter part of things. But I am doing great, sir. Thank you very much for dropping in. So basically, where I was heading with this is that, what I was talking about is that, last week was Mental Illness Awareness Week, and now that it's over, it doesn't mean that that we should just kind of, fold up our chairs and say, okay, well, it's over. The charity's done. It's over with. Let's move on to our next cause, or, whatever the next, theme of the week is, that kind of thing. And, because believe it or not, people who are suffering from mental illness, and suffering from mental conditions, they are extremely grateful for, people who donate their time, their money, and their energy towards causes like illness awareness week, or you know bipolarism, people with bipolar disorders, when they have those kind of drives of doing awareness for it, they're very grateful for those types of things. However, they're just as fearful that as soon as those charities or events are over, that they're just going to be forgotten about. That people are going like, okay, well, it's over, and then they all disappear. That's exactly what they're afraid of, and they're afraid that everything is going to go right back to that that emptiness inside, and I think it's really awesome that that they were able to hit all the milestones here, and I'm very, very excited that Rita was able to hit the milestones to be able to do the presentation and be able to do the essay. I think that's a great idea. Being able to push out that kind of awareness is exactly what is needed out there, because alliances like the organization like the National Alliance on Mental Illness is a great resource that spreads that kind of information to the community and to the workplaces and the population, so people begin to understand that mental illnesses are not just some excuse to blame their bad habits on. I can't begin to count how many different streamers I hear on Twitch blame something on, like, oh, that's my ADHD kicking in. And it's like, do you really have ADHD, or are you just saying that because you're trying to make an excuse for something? I've seen other streamers get really upset because they hear people just kind of say that as an excuse, and they struggle with ADHD on a daily basis, and they can't concentrate on their stream for longer than 10 minutes before they start getting distracted, and their chat has to redirect them back to what they were doing. That's true ADHD. But yet I've seen other streamers, they spend 5 hours on Genshin Impact and they have no problem concentrating, So it really begs the question about, what people are saying and what their perceptions are. So being able to get that kind of awareness out there is really good, and I'm extremely grateful for the fact, hey Calvin, how's it going? I'm really grateful for the fact that people like Rita have spoken out and done a charity on mental health and mental illness, because VTubers as a whole completely, we tend to sidestep mental illness and mental health completely, because it's almost a taboo topic within a large section of the VTuber industry, and that's partly due to a stigma of it's a stigma that's a carryover from, unfortunately, from the Japanese entertainment industry, that is just now starting to kind of come to light, where there has been movements in Japan recently of bringing more awareness of that mental illness is something that needs to be addressed within the culture, and that that people are they're people too. That they struggle just like every other person. Only sometimes their handicaps are are even worse, and that just to try to acclimate to normal society is a struggle in itself, and that's something that we as content creators have an opportunity to be able to reach out into our community and say, look, if you are struggling with loneliness, I understand. That's why we're here. If you're struggling with depression, we understand. That's why we're here. If you're struggling with, looking for a friend, you want someone to play games with, we understand. That's why we're here. You know what I'm saying? That's what, that's why, I look for that engagement with other people, because that's why we're here. If you need that, if you, just like that song, anytime you need a friend, I'm there. That's, that's exactly why I get excited when I see other VTubers saying, audience participation. Okay, hey, you know what? That is awesome, because you're reaching out to other people. That is great, and that's something that VTubers should really start, really embrace, because it's not just about monetization or pulling in subscribers. It's about reaching other people. And by reaching out to other people, you get those subscribers, you get those fans, you get those memberships, and most of all, you provide that support to your community, which is an awesome thing. And I think if more people, especially in the VTuber circle and sphere of the environment, start understanding that stigma will slowly start to diminish, and people will start understanding, hey, if you are struggling with being an introvert, but yet you can blossom on the internet and have a social structure on the internet, that can be a tremendous thing. Yes, it's good to have physical contact with other people as well. However, there is something to be said, especially now in today's world, where we are in a digital age where you have video chat, you have audio chat, you have virtual reality chat, you have multiple different types of mediums to be able to reach out to other people, and that can bring you that happiness, that can fulfill that emptiness that you feel inside. Oop, we're wrong way. Milestones. And that pretty much runs into the next slide here. I'm running empty. Combating loneliness and finding fulfillment in friendships. That is probably one of the largest things that we can provide to other people. As the research showed, and Rita alluded to. Oh, keep pushing the wrong button. 58% of adults feel like no one knows them. Well, I can honestly say that is a topic that is, or a statistic I believe is actually true. Because people don't, people talk, but people don't really listen, and people don't really open up to each other. Once you really try to get to know somebody, it almost feels like, it almost feels like people start clamming up inside, I remember back in sociology, they say in a lifetime you only have a handful of friends, maybe about 4 to 5 that and within a lifetime that you can really call friends, that are close enough, that would know you intimately enough to, if you ask questions, if you ask them questions about you, that they would be able to answer. And then everyone else is basically acquaintances, and they wouldn't really know you as well as they think that they know you. And that number is fairly accurate. You know, I think the number is actually higher than, you know, what sociologists, you know, would say it would be. But honestly, I would say that the numbers are spot on, especially with the loneliness scores, and what they say about people feeling like no one knows them very well. And a lot of times I believe it's because most people feel like they don't have time, and this is just my opinion of it, but most people feel like they don't have time to know other people's business because they're too busy with their business. And then they're afraid that if they start knowing other people's business, they're going to start getting involved with their problems. And they don't want they don't want to be involved in their problems because they have their own problems. And that's where, you know, the disconnect really starts happening, because everyone has problems. No one wants to get involved with other people's problems. And, you know, once you hit that level of intimacy, even if it's just as friends, you feel like you have an obligation, and people don't want that obligation. That's my opinion, and that's my read of things. And the reason why I say that is because, in my experience, that's how my friends treated me, or at least the people that were supposed to be my friends. That's how they treated me. You see, you know, when I was about 17 years ago, I had a horrific back injury when I was at work. It was catastrophic. I blew out my back. You know, it was bad enough to where I lost my entire life because my entire life got turned upside down. And I mean, I ended up going through 5 surgeries in 2 years. One of those surgeries left me hospitalized for almost 6 months, with complications, and I didn't know if I was going to live or die. There was, you know, I could barely walk afterwards. It was horrific. I spent almost 2 years trying to learn how to walk again. That's how bad it was. You know, and during that entire time, all my friends abandoned me. All my friends gone. Everyone scattered. Not a single person, not a single friend visited me in the hospital. Came over to say hi, check to see how I was doing, help me go buy groceries. Nothing, absolutely nothing. They all disappeared on me. My family completely abandoned me. My sister abandoned me. My mother, my mother was fighting breast cancer at the time, and I don't blame her for not being able to be there. You know, my father was taking care of her. They're over 2,000 miles away from me, so obviously they couldn't do anything for me. But my, you know, nephews and nieces didn't care, didn't give a rat's ass. Pardon my French. You know, I mean, I literally had nobody but myself. You know, no one wanted to get involved. Had to do it all myself. if you want a definition of loneliness, that's loneliness. You know, I went through all that. I finally was able to pull through. I managed to, you know, get back on my feet. I managed to get back into the workforce. I managed to, go back to college, switch careers, work 5 years in IT, and then one fateful day, 6 years ago, I felt a snap in my back again. And when I felt that snap in my back, they did a scan, and come to find out that all the surgeries I went through years prior, the back fusion that they did broke. My back literally broke on me, and I started losing feeling in my legs again. I started losing the ability to walk again. I luckily I'm still able to walk, but I'm in constant. I'm in literally constant excruciating pain every day, from the time I wake up to the time I fall asleep. It's always there. It never goes away, and there's nothing they can do about it. You know. And what makes it even worse is, after that happened, a year after a year after my back failed on me again, my mom called me up, or I called her up, and she told me her cancer came back and she had less than 5 years to live. And that literally broke me. Less than 6 months after that, I lost my job completely. So once again, I lost my health, I lost my job, lost my career. I was about to lose my mom. I was losing everything again. I mean, I was devastated. I was literally devastated. You know, I mean, I was to the point where I didn't want to exist. You know, I started to mess around with being a VTuber, but I didn't want to exist. And it was right around the time, about, what was it? It was late 2020. It was late 2020, and I it was late 2020, and I stumbled upon our I stumbled upon our pink haired Reaper playing with our resident dog goddess, playing playing the bomb game, and I smiled for the first time in years since all that happened. And there was something that there was something in one of Callie's songs that she said, and I don't remember it verbatim, but it went something like, if if you lost, it was something like, if you lost your way, if you cannot see, just follow me. And that chorus just kind of stuck in my head, you know, and and that's when I decided, I mean, I to
Mr.
send
Marko
her.
Yamashita, thank you for the akaspa. Hi, Callie, please see this. I live with a back injury that left me in constant pain, and I don't get to experience much in life now. I wanted to end everything recently. You changed that with your words and your EP. Thank you. I won't give up. I hope the super chat is enough for saving my life. Thank you so much for the sweet message. I'm so glad to hear that. Really, truly. I hope I can continue to make you smile. Me and the others too, That's what we're here for, right? It's kind of ironic because I'm, the Grim Reaper and whatever, but if I can give you some kind of reason to want to keep going on, that honestly kind of feels like more what my life is about, I think that's a better mission for me after all. Thank you so much. Keep on, Keep on. Here's a little blow in the ear. I'm glad you can find something happy, And I'm honored that it's me. And maybe even the others too. That would be really wonderful. There's so many more fun things to do together, Us and all the deadbeats. Fun things to experience. Laughs to be had and whatnot, Take care. A big up.
And you guys just don't know the how much pain I was in back then. And that's just it, guys. That's just it. A person can be in front of you and have the biggest smile on their face and completely hide all the pain that's inside of them, and you just don't know. You don't know what's really buried deep inside of them that's eating away at them. Because I mean, that I sent that to her in April 2020, guys. That was about a year and a half ago. My mom passed away 6 months after I sent her that super chat. And, I sent her that super chat knowing that when mom passed, that it was going to tear me apart. But when I sent it to her, I realized that what she had told me had made me strong enough to be able to get through what I was about to face, And that's one of the largest things that, not just a VTuber, but as a person and as a friend and as, a colleague, a coworker, it does, you don't have to be, somebody who's out a public figure to have that kind of connection with people. You know, Rita's outline here. Why are connections so important? It's because you can be that kind of support towards another person. I mean, I personally can attest to the fact that while I was a coworker with other people, I didn't have to be an intimate part of other people's lives to be some kind of support towards them. You know, if I was, that guy who was a big enough support towards another coworker where they were like, man, ah, I'm just completely like, oh, I'm frustrated because, I, my kids, just called, the school just called my kids, they're letting my kids out of school early. I can't leave for, I have to do this, or I have to take care of this, and but, someone has to pick up my kids, and, I don't know what to do, and you have that a 30-minute block where you're not doing anything, but you can cover for that person. You say, hey, I'll cover it for you. Go pick up your kids. What? How do you think that kind of mental release gives them just to be able to go get their kids? I mean, that doesn't combat loneliness or any of those other things. However, that still, that still gives them that positive reinforcement of being able to know, hey, that person has my back. You start building those connections so you don't feel like you're alone as a coworker, that you're on an island unto yourself. You find fulfillment and balance within your workspace because you realize, hey, I can count on Marko to have my back. I'll have his back if he needs anything. If he has my back, if something happens and he needs to leave early and I can cover for him, he'll cover for me. We got each other's back. You get that balance, you get the fulfillment. You realize you got a colleague, you got a brother or sister in arms in the workspace. How can you help others? That's how you help others. You get all four of the parts here in the outline. The outline here that Rita has to combat loneliness does not just have to apply to combating loneliness, but the brilliant thing about what Rita presented here is that you can combat so many other types of things that attribute to mental illness simply by applying these four things that she has outlined here to the situations that are in front of you in everyday life. How can you make connections? How can you combat this? How can you bring balance to the, and find fulfillment by, applying these solutions? It's about the process. You bring how can you change the process to bring the outcome that you want? How can you, help other people that may be in the same environment so you can help yourself? You give a little, you get little. If you have to coexist with other people, how can you barter with them to be able to get what you want? I mean, there's a lot of different components here that, hey, if you are an introvert but you still have to interact with other people, how much interaction do you really have to give until you can get what you really want or what you need, and then you can say, okay, that's enough. I mean, there's a lot of things you can work with here. It's really 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 brilliant here. Girl, thank you for dropping in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, you know, why is it so important that you stay connected, guys? It's like I said, it's like I was just saying here as well. You know, I was able to thank Calliope Mori live for saving my life. She started recognizing me in her chat, and that itself started bringing me fulfillment, guys. I would pop up in her chat and I would say hi, or she would be raging about something, and I'd make fun of her, and she would actually see it and read it and laugh at it, and I'm like, oh my god, she actually read it. You know, um, I know several of you in the chat have heard me kind of go off on tangents and talk about how, my how I feel about Roboco and Mel, and how um, I I've reached out to Roboco regarding my mother before she passed away, how I introduced Roboco to my mother before she passed away as the very first VTuber that she had ever seen and heard, and how Roboco responded. I mean, public figure responding to somebody whose lives she touched. You guys don't have to be public figures to be able to touch other people's lives. An everyday person just smiling at another person as you walk past them can mean the difference between making a person feel good and making a person feel miserable. I mean, there are, when I worked in IT for 5 years, I worked in a hospital. I made it a point to every patient that I made eye contact with, I smiled, I said hello. I didn't ask them how they were doing because they were in the hospital. However, I did smile at them. I did say hello to them. And most of them, actually, their face brightened up. They said hello back, and they actually had a kind of a look of relief on their face, even if it was momentarily, because they felt acknowledged. They didn't feel just like another patient or another person or another number. It's the same way as with content creators. When you come into a chat and you say hi to Rita or hi to Pina or hi to whoever your favorite content creator is, and they acknowledge you back, how do you feel? How do you feel when you're not acknowledged by your favorite content creator? It's the same way. Could be that connectiveness is so important, and that's the exact same way as with your people that you want to be connected with. So that's why it's important to have those connections, whether it is with people that you meet online or people that you meet in real life, or in person, I guess that you should say, because basically now virtual video conferencing, everything else is practically real life now. Um, you know, that connection is so vitally important, because let me tell you something. Me living over 2,000 miles away from my family, from my father now, the only way I see him is by video. That is the only way I see him. And for me, that is the only real life connection I have with him. But that's vitally important. So to be able to have that connection with people, even if they're thousands of miles away, that it is drastically important, guys. And we have to remember that if we don't connect with each other, we don't talk to each other. And if we don't talk to each other, we don't know each other. We don't find out things about each other. And then that statistic, it stays the statistic that it is now. It's basically every other person does not know, feels like no one knows who they are. And we just can't continue to operate that way and think that we're gonna have some deep bonds with other people. I mean, that's why we have so many problems that we have with people stalking people online, feeling that they have these platonic relationships with with people that are they have this convoluted mindset in their mind, and they have that mental illness of thinking that they love somebody who is not who they think they are. Let's see. I keep pressing the wrong button. Scenario. Keep points. Now I'm going to cover some of these other key points here, and I'm going to go back a little bit to some of what I talked about earlier, and I think I probably already talked about some of it, but I do want to kind of recover a little bit of it, because let me say that there is a lot of things that as an individual I had to start either recognize myself, or I finally had to have somebody speak up. All right. And if you're all alone, a lot of times the only person that's going to speak up is either a doctor or law enforcement. All right. So I really hope that if you struggle with anything like this, or if you know people who struggle with these things, I really hope that you are able to connect with what I'm about to say, and then hopefully tactfully apply it to whatever situation you're in, whether it be for yourself or be it for another person. Okay. Now, when you're dealing with loneliness, when you're dealing with people that are dealing with depression, people that are dealing with anxiety, people that are dealing with they classify bipolar disorder as manic depression now. It's grouped within a family now, within a certain psychosis, which is a completely different topic. But manic depression is, since they grouped it within a large family of other depressive disorders. Schizophrenia, all the other stuff. Whether it be a mental illness that is derived from something that is hereditary, something that is developed over time, or it's something that is brought upon because of an event, whether traumatic or otherwise. It's very important that you understand and continue to be understanding. Okay, whether you are a coworker, or if it's happening to yourself, you have the biggest thing that you have to do is you have to understand that you are going through something, and that it is okay to feel that way. I mean, most people, and especially when it's your first time, most people keep telling themselves, something's wrong, this is wrong, I'm not right, this is wrong, so on and so forth. And, everyone's looking at me like I'm wrong, so on and so forth. And then that cascades, life is going wrong, everything's going to hell, and we're, a lot worse words than that. And it continues to cascade down, downhill from there. And you need to understand that the feelings and emotions that you are feeling and going through are okay. They're natural. They are, they're not something to be to repress. Crying's fine. Being mad's fine. Being angry's fine. Being sad's fine. All those things are fine. Let it out. Let it go through those things. The things you have to be aware of is that once you let it out, don't dwell on those things. Let it out. Then and it's easy for people to say let it go afterwards. And most people are like, yeah, let it go. And it's like, well, how do you let it go? Well, the only way you let it go is through time. And time, unfortunately, is one of the only things that can help you let it go. And by letting it go, that means that time allows it to fade as you continue to take steps forward. And steps forward, unfortunately, is the only way, one of the only ways that you get to acceptance. The big thing is that you pick yourself up, and that you start taking those steps, whether it be someone pushing you forward or someone holding your hand and pulling you forward, or you take those steps on your own. You still get up, you still get dressed, you still take take a shower, you still eat, you still go to work, those types of things. But you have to understand, same way if you're dealing with people that are going through these things, you have to there are things that you have to understand, whether you like it or not. They're going through it. That's part of life. Why did my music stopped? That's why I keep hearing. That's why I keep hearing my fan. Okay. It's very easy to be cynical. It's very easy to twist the thoughts that you're feeling. It's very, very easy to look at someone else and someone else's actions and look at it cynically and judge them just based upon their actions. Okay, it's very important that you don't do that. And that goes back to understanding, and it even goes into questioning. There are times where you could be in like a grocery store, and somebody, you're in a grocery store, you're standing in line, and a woman pushes by you, and you could quickly turn around and just kind of give her that look, like, excuse me kind of look. Or you could turn around and just kind of look and see what was happening. It could be that she was chasing after her child. It could be that she was really upset about something, and that she was just trying to get away. It could have been that she was feeling really sick and trying to get to the bathroom. You don't know what was going on. Or she could have just been a very rude person. But to make that snap judgment is something that, you know, is premature when you haven't even seen or observed what the situation is. That there was a person once where they were talking about an old lady that fell in front of them, and they did absolutely nothing to help them up. And they just stood there and looked at them. It's like, why didn't you help the old lady up? She's like, well, she was kind of rude. She was kind of, you know, I mean, acting like she was, you know, just, you know, talking her a little rude. I'm like, okay, but was she talking rude to you? No, she was just, yeah, being obnoxious, a little obnoxious. I'm like, okay, but she was still an old lady, right? You still had to wait for her to get up because you were standing in line, right? So why didn't you help her up? You know, if she, yeah, especially if she was an old lady, you still had, you know, and she literally stood there and waited for other people to help the old lady up. I'm like, you don't, do you not have any, you know, empathy towards somebody else? You know, I mean, yep, people tend to get crabby, and you know, as they get older. That's just the way, you know, old people get. You know, I mean, not everyone gets jolly as they get older. You know, that's just the way it is. But just to, you know, stand there over an old lady because they were being a little annoying, I don't understand. You know, I mean, why be that cynical because they were just being a little obnoxious? You know, you have to really question, I mean, those types of things in your mind, and not twist them, and not be cynical. You know, reframe your way of thought. You know, why is she acting that way? Well, maybe, you know, she's old. Maybe she's dealing with some kind of mental illness because of her old age. You know? But the most important thing, you know, is if you are going through anything, if you are going through depression, loneliness, anxiety, you know, anything like that, you know, ask for help. There are you know, there are places that do help. You know, that there are hotlines, there are community groups, there are activist groups, there are nonprofit groups. It doesn't have to be, you know, some hotline that you call. There are, yeah, depending on where you live and what you do, and you know, sometimes it even depends on what insurance you have. There are different programs out there that are offered to different people, some of it free, that can help you with mental illness and mental health. I keep hitting the wrong button. That's very true. You know, the bystander principle, you know, of not wanting to get involved is a very standard effect. You know, that, well, the next person's gonna help, or I don't want to get involved because then I'm gonna have to, you know, I'll get, if I get involved, then that means I'm gonna have to be a part of this type of thing. You know, and that is very common. However, in this is by and large my way of thinking. So it's a very old-fashioned way of thinking, I guess you would say. I you have the bystander effect way of thinking, like what you're describing there, and then you have the Good Samaritan way of thinking, like what I'm thinking, or the way I think of, if I were the old person on the ground, I would want help. That there have been countless times, especially where I live, where during the winter time, we get several feet of snow outside, and it gets like 40 below zero. We get ice on the roads and on the sidewalks and everything else like that. I have seen countless elderly people slip and fall on the ice, right? And sometimes they're the only person in the parking lot, and I'm the only person out there that's has watched them fall, and there is no other person out there that's going to help them. So I know either one, if I don't go check on them, they're going to be laying there in minus 40 degree weather. Or two, if I leave them and they have a broken hip or something like that, they might be laying there for a while. And there's a real possibility that, something bad's going to happen to them. And I wouldn't have, leave that on my conscience for one. And number two, the way I was raised is like, if you see somebody that needs help and you can go help them, go help them. That's just the way I was raised. But, every person's different. Every person is different. I don't have a problem getting involved. And that's kind of where I am in my life right now. I mean, that's why I'm in front of you guys right now talking about this, because I'm not afraid to talk about this. I mean, I'm talking about my life right now, and the fact that a couple years ago I wanted to off myself because my life had completely fallen apart, and the Grim Reaper of all people saved me. I mean, how many people have the moxie to stand up in front of the internet and say that, and be proud of it, and say that a foul-mouthed girl that I've never met saved my life. And she won't say thank you, or you're welcome. She won't accept my thank you. But I know that she is. I know inside that she accepts my thank you. And I hope that she's proud of herself for being able to change one person's life, even though she didn't set out to do that. And that's what I hope other VTubers out there will do and feel that way. I mean, do you realize how many lives people like Rita and Peanut Penguin have changed just by being who they are? I mean, they have changed so many people's lives just being who they are now. And I don't know how, if they have done the same thing that Mori has done for me, but I do know that they have affected a lot of people's lives. And there are countless other VTubers that have done the same for others. I mean, look at Rushia. Why was there such an outcry for Rushia when we lost her? Because she did the same thing. She touched a lot of people's lives. That's why we care about Mickey Nico. That's why I frequently talk about her mental health on my channel. And not to go too far into another content creator's mental, mental affairs or stability or anything else like that. However, what I will say is that, whether it be a content creator or a listener or a fan, a coworker or family member, we shouldn't be silent about it. Whether it be awareness, whether it be education or action, or just practicing good mental health and hygiene and upkeep. We need to do our best to make sure that we try to follow all the things that I'm talking about, what Rita was talking about, in order to help the people that we really care about. And that includes the people that keep coming back to talk to us and play games with us and, poke fun of us for, every time we mess up when we do something or whatever. Because if we don't do that, we're just treating people like disposable objects. And honestly, when we start treating people like disposable objects, that's where we get that number of, 1 out of every 2 people feel like they don't know us, or we don't know each other. It's because we treat people like disposable object. Well, they're just another person we can go find that will fill the void. Well, fill the void of what? Well, just the void. I'm tired of just, trying to fill a space. I want people to be able to, I want to be able to, I can sit here. I've never heard Calvin's voice. I've never heard Humberto's voice. I've never heard Kuro's voice. I've never heard Oreo's voice. However, I miss each and every one of you guys when you're not in chat. I miss Red. She hasn't been in chat in weeks. She hasn't sent me a direct message in Twitter in a couple months now. And I miss her. I miss her dropping in. That's how much connections matter. Let's see here. See if I can press the right button this time. Scenario 2. Perfect. Okay. So building balance and variety and finding fulfillment. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about right now. For me, honestly, after Mom passed, I made it a point to try to refocus on, working on content, working on, working on things that used to find fulfilling, and then finding new things that that were fulfilling for me. One of the nice things about having crises like what you have when and I always try to find a silver lining, and I know it's that in itself may sound a little cynical when you're talking about mental illness. However, in one way or another, it's actually a great way of reframing the entire narrative. When you have like a mental illness, or you have an opportunity to address a problem, that's actually a great time to be able to evaluate, where your problems lie, where your shortcomings are, and whether or not you need to rethink how you're doing things. And a good friend of mine always talks about, if you are failing to reach your goals, then the problem isn't necessarily the goal that you have. It's the process that you're using to get there. And you need to look at the process to see whether or not the process you're trying to use is even achievable, and whether or not you can make a process so it will work to be able to get to that goal. And that's where a lot of people fail. A lot of people tend to say, okay, well, I can't be a content creator. I tried being a content creator, but I went out, I spent 10 grand buying all this stuff. I set up on Twitch, I set up on YouTube, and no one shows up. Well, I failed, and I wasted all my money. And it's like, okay, well, did you go out and did you advertise yourself? Well, I posted it. Well, where'd you post it? Well, I posted it on Facebook. It's like, okay, but did you post it publicly? Did you post it, in public venues? Did you post it on Reddit? Did you post it on Twitter? Where did you advertise yourself? Where did you promote yourself? You gotta do more than that, so people can see you. You have to be able to, show yourself in front of an audience and say, hey, I'm out here doing this thing. Please come look at me. Spread the have your friends talk about you, so, and have them show up and then share you out, that kind of thing. You have to spread the awareness out. Look at the process before you call yourself a failure, before you say you wasted all your money and give up. There's so many different things that people tend to do that they don't realize that if you don't get past step 1 because you automatically quit, you're not ever going to find that success or balance within the project you're trying to build in order to reach and find the fulfillment of whatever it was that you're trying to do. The same thing with, did you want to be a streamer in the first place? Well, yeah, okay. Well, how are you going to find happiness in being a streamer and find that success that you want? Well, you have to look at how other people find that success and then look at that model and then see how you can copy it or improve upon it. You have to be able to build upon what works for other people, and then build that upon yourself and find that balance within the environment that you have. The same thing happens with everything else that happens in real life, with loneliness, with work, with family, with everything else. You have to have that balance of being an individual, being a coworker, being part of a family. If you're part of a group, organization, whatever the case may be. Now, for people like me, it's a little different because, a guy like me, I'm homebound. I'm stuck at home for, 20 hours a day. I work from home. I maybe go out maybe 4 hours a day because that's all I can, physically do on most days because of my back and everything else. So, being able to socialize and all that other fun stuff is really limited. So I have to find balance the other ways. However, still, even then, with family contact being limited and all these other things, you still have to find balance within the other realms of availability that you have, and then maximize those potentials within the opportunities that you have, or make opportunities, when you can either have them presented to you or make those opportunities happen for yourself. Well, exactly. I can remember that a lot of people were trying to encourage me to really push myself. A lot of people were encouraging me to push my channel on Reddit and a lot of other places to pump up my numbers, and especially when I was doing a lot of reporting on various news topics. And that just wasn't my thing. I mean, yeah, I was hitting some good numbers back then. However, I was doing it because I wanted to, and it was important, and it was something that needed to be documented, and there were things that needed to be said. I wasn't doing it because I wanted to be popular. If I hit 1,000, I hit 1,000. If I got monetized, I got monetized. I'm not doing it for the monetization. I'm sure as hell not doing it for the money. I'm still not doing it for the money. I'm doing it just because I want to do it. That's the way it's always been. I'm doing it because I want to do it. I'm opening up about all these things that I personally have experienced, and talking about these things openly, and sharing part of my actual life, which most VTubers never talk about, because that is who I am, and that's I want to do it. And most people that come to my channel on a regular basis know that. I'm 90% real, 10%, 10% lore, 90% real. That's the way I am. I got isekai to the VTuber universe, by accident to begin with. So, I only got 10% lore. 90% real. That's just how I am. But you gotta be you. That's just the state of things. You gotta be you. You do have to have variety. You do have to have variety in your life. Variety doesn't necessarily always have to be, one day you go bowling, the next day you go to a club, the next day you go to church, the next day you go to, the country club, the next day you go golfing. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. The important thing, though, is that you do try to do or have some kind of variety, so you stay acclimated to being in those types of environments, so they're not completely foreign to you. I will be. Let me give you another perfect example of just how foreign life can be if you don't have that kind of variety to you. Again, I spent 6 months in a hospital, right? After I spent 6 months in the hospital, I spent a majority after that, barely going out of my house, and only going to and from the hospital. Had all my groceries delivered to me for another 6 months while I was recovering at home. So I spent close to a year of barely going out and doing anything. I didn't go anywhere sociable for a couple years. Didn't go to the movies. Eventually I was able to go to and from the grocery store, but that was about it. Maybe go pick up my medication. Go to and from the hospital. That was about it, right? Close to about 2 years after that, I was finally well enough to be able to go out and do other things. And I was finally, that's when I decided, well, I'm going to go back to college. I hadn't stepped foot in a college in 10 years by then. Yeah, somewhere around there. Probably about 10 years. And, and then of course I hadn't been in a social environment in 2 years. So, 2 years since I had been in a social environment, from the accident. 10 years since I had stepped into an educational environment. And it was literally like stepping into an entirely different dimension, because I didn't understand the lingo. I didn't understand. I was like, what are these kids talking? I mean, it was very different. It was very different, and I felt very left out. I felt very isolated, because I had, that was just no longer my peer group. That was just the way it was. It was not my peer group anymore. So, being able to find your peer group, or find a peer group, just to have that kind of social connection and add variety to your normal routine, can be a huge plus. Goal setting, definitely setting, being able to, and not just necessarily having goals, but also having, like I said, if you set a goal, if you set goals, all right, you gotta make sure that those goals have achievable processes to get to the goal. You can't just say, okay, I'm gonna become a streamer and get monetized in a year. You can't just say that, all right, and then feel like complete failure if you don't get it in a year. Because number one, you're trying to fortune tell that you're gonna get there in a year. You're wishful thinking. If you don't have a solid plan of action, followed by the will and determination to follow that plan through, and constantly evaluate yourself month after month and to see whether or not your plan is working, and make adjustments month after month, you're gonna fail in that plan if you don't follow through with it. All right, that's the odds-on favorite. You can't just wishful think on it. The other part of it is you need to be able to think through the processes, and have to the point where you have a high degree of confidence that you will be able to hit those processes and make those processes along the way to get to the outcome, whether it be, you know, a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, whatever, you know. And that's why a lot of you know, psychologists actually say don't put a time limit on your goal. Most psychologists will tell you, do not, you know, if you're going to set a goal for anything, like, you know, I want to buy a house, or I want to get married, or, you know, I don't know, I want to retire, you know. You know, I don't know what people want nowadays. I mean, I'm not materialistic, but, you know, I want to buy a new car, you know, that kind of thing. You know, if people, you know, are trying to set goals like that, right? You know, they'll tell you, most psychologists will tell you, don't put a date on it. Don't put a time limit on it. If that's your goal, that's your goal. The important thing is, how are you going to get there? We need to think that out. We need to think the process out. That's your goal. Now let's shorten it down. What's the first step of the process? Let's think the first step of the process through. Don't think about the entire process. Think about that first step. How are you going to get through that first step? You know, let's analyze the first step. Let's get through the first step so we can work on the second step and the third step. Let's get through those steps. You know, you got to take that first step first. That's how they work it through. And they'll work through that with you. That's how they all work it through. You know, and that's, yeah, exactly. Not everyone can be Rushia. Yeah, not everyone can be Rushia. Not everyone can be, you know, somebody, you know, and just like the numbers that like what we talked about, you know, Rushia shows up in Hololive, and, you know, within 2 years, you know, has 1 point, you know, I think it was like 1.6 million, 1.8 million, something like that. And like, you know, I think it was like 16 months, something like that. I mean, she was growing on average like 200,000 a month, something like that. I mean, they were insane numbers. You know, you can't, not everyone can grow like that, and not everyone can, you know, have a controversy like that happen, and then, you know, lose your job, and then a couple of months later, you'll be able to flip it around and still have, you know, 100,000 people show up per stream when you start a different, you know, a different personality or a different job. You know, I mean, those are still insane numbers. You know, and those are still very successful numbers as well. You know, so, you know, not everyone can be that way. Those are always exceptions to the rules, and you can't, you know, the biggest thing to take out from, and I'm glad you brought that up, Calvin. The biggest thing you can take away from that kind of story is this, okay? Don't judge yourself by but don't compare yourself to what you see on social media, okay? If there's anything that you take away from what I say tonight, don't compare yourself to what you see on social media. Ever. Don't compare your success or failures to what other people, you know, are doing on social media, ever. Because what you see, what you hear, what they post on social media is only a lens capture of what their actual life is. Okay? Now, they may have millions of dollars. They may live in a very, lavish house. They may drive a really nice car. They may have all this luxury around them. However, they may also live a very horrific life. They may treat their friends like garbage. they may be absolutely miserable, and that's why they have to constantly show off their luxury, because they need people to make themselves feel better. I mean, there are people out there who have made tens of millions of dollars, and you have never seen them in the public eye because they are so humble, and they're so gracious of the people that they have given them and supported them throughout the years, that they are they give the charity, they show up every so often for their charity work, and then they quietly live their lives and raise their families, and they don't rub their wealth in other people's faces. That's it. And that's the way, that's kind of the way it should be. But I mean, don't ever compare yourself to what other people are showing on social media, because the honest to God fact is, you don't really know how much success or failure they may truly have inside. They may outwardly project something, but inwardly, just like mental health, it can be rotten to the core. And if you want to judge anything about yourself, judge yourself by what you have inside, and don't worry about what the other person has, and worry about what's happening inside of you. Because what if you're winning inside, and you're winning in your mind, and you're winning as a person, then that's all that really matters, guys. The difference between having 5-10 people in chat versus having hundreds of people in chat is really negligible. If you're doing what you're doing because you want to do it and you're having fun doing it. If you're talking to people that sincerely want to be there because they want to hear you, whether it be 5 people or it be 100 people or 1,000 people, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. As long as you're doing what you want to do. Your return on investment is whatever you want it to be. And that's what the important part is. And that's what makes it worthwhile. Finally, Rita, did, and we'll cover it quickly. What can you do to help others? As we've talked about, guys, I mean, the biggest things that you can do to help others, honestly, the biggest thing you can do to help others is be understanding towards what they may be going through. If they openly talk about it, let them talk about it. I know that listening to somebody talk about, them losing their wife day after day after day after day after day can be monotonous. But guys, let me tell you another quick story. And this is gonna be really quick, okay? I've spent the last 11 months listening to my old man, my father, talk about my mother nonstop every time we talk. And sometimes he's talked about her for 6 straight hours nonstop. because he misses her so much. And I'm not gonna, tell you how old me and him are, but I'll give you a small window of just how long they had been together. They had been together for over 40 years. And they had literally never been apart until now, until he lost her. So for him to lose somebody that he had been with that long, I mean, Mom was his one and only true love. I mean, they were high school sweethearts. I mean, they were like, I mean, they literally got married like right out of high school, and they had been together ever since. I mean, that's how long they had been together. So I mean, could you imagine listening to somebody grieving for that long? Every time you talk to them, it's painful to listen to. It is. But, sometimes, I mean, if you want to be helpful towards another person, sometimes just listening to them. And I know it's hard. I really know it's hard. But, there are times where, you want to be heard just as much as the person that is trying to open up to somebody else. I mean, if you look at the title, the highlighted parts on this slide here, noticed, named, known, being noticed by another, the initial step towards the sense of belonging. I mean, my father. I mean, my father was never without my mother, never. And the first month without her, he was like, I don't feel right being in public without your mother. Something's wrong. This isn't right. I don't know how to act without your mom here. Everyone's looking at me funny. Everyone's looking at me funny because your mom's not here. Let's go home. I don't want to be here. I am 17 second season. Yeah, my old man, my old man. I mean, for a long time, he did not want to be in public. Did not want to be in public. Everyone's looking at me. Everyone's looking at me because your mom's not here. I want to go home. Let's go home. No, we're not going to be here. We're not going to be here. We're going home. I mean, in his case, being noticed was the worst thing. And here's the thing. Here's the biggest thing for loneliness and mental illness and mental health and everything else. This whole ball of wax, guys. I'm still dealing with grieving. And here's the biggest thing. I'm still dealing with grieving. I'm still dealing with bereavement, which is part of mental health, which is part of, the grieving process, which is part of depression, which is, part of, mental illness, while I'm trying to take care of my father, who's going through his own version of bereavement. and in his case is dealing with, not just depression, but my fear is that he's also going through a couple other things because of his age. But he's refusing to get looked at, and he's so cognitive enough to make his own mental decisions. So there's not much I can do about that. But I mean, the thing of it is that I gotta stay supportive of the people I care about, and the same thing holds true with whether or not you are a streamer or a brother, sister, family member, friend, family, coworker, whether or not it's happening to you or it's happening to somebody else. The support chain doesn't stop just because it's not happening to you. The support chain shouldn't stop, because that's if anything happens if anything is wrong with the current way of that we're dealing with things, and why people, again, it's kind of like what you were saying with the entire bystander mentality. Someone else will help, well, someone else will lend a hand, well, I don't want to get involved, that kind of thing. And it's not so much that we don't want to help perfect strangers, it's more that we have people that we know, but we don't want to get involved because we don't want the potential of having those deep, troubling issues possibly making that relationship rockier than what it currently is. So we always tell them, or give them the hint, well, you just come back once your problems are fixed. And that I literally had a family member tell me that, and I told them, you are not, since you are not sincerely telling your own family to come back once your problems are handled, are you? All I'm doing is asking you for a ride to the hospital, and you're telling me I don't want to get involved. Call me when you have your problems fixed. I'm like, bro, really? That's just plain wrong. Don't ever call saying you're having a heart attack, 'cause I'm gonna tell you, call me back when you have your problems fixed. I mean, seriously, it's like, call 911, they'll get there quicker, But anyways, that's a different story. Yeah, you gotta stay supportive, Like I was mentioning earlier, that there are so many opportunities that you can build those small little bridges with your coworkers, with people that you're acquaintances with people that you may know from various various groups that you're in, just by lending that little helping hand, or offering to get together, or if you have some bit of knowledge that may be helpful in a situation that they're trying to work out, or anything of that nature. I mean, there was one time where I was I'm trying not to tell this story to I don't want to sound completely incompetent here, but okay. So I was one year I was trying to. I'm a terrible cook, all right. But one year I was trying to make like Thanksgiving for myself. Just I was like, out of the blue, I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy one of those small little like turkey breast type things, and I was gonna like do the turkey, the stuffing, potatoes and all that stuff, and I couldn't figure out how long I needed to leave the turkey in, and so like I called one of my friend's moms up. I was like, how long do I leave this thing in? And I was like, she's like, well, how long have you left it in the oven for? And I'm like, well, I've had this thing in here for like at 450 for like over 12 hours now. And I was like, and the little thing that was supposed to pop up, it still hasn't popped up yet. And I told her how much it weighed and everything. She's like, it should be done. I'm like, yeah, I just don't get it, And she's like, well, you did thaw it out all the way, didn't you? And I was like, oh. You're supposed to thaw them out completely? I was like, oh. I just left it in the fridge, and then I left it in there overnight, but I didn't bother to check if it was thawed out all the way. And I didn't bother to check the body cavity, and I still had left all that other stuff that's in there. I didn't take any of that out. It was still like frozen solid. It was a mess. It was just a terrible mess. But anyways, but I mean, just like I called her and I told her that. Yeah, I know. That was like, I called her, when I told her that, so for Christmas, I worked with her son, right? And so like, when we got closer to Christmas, I don't work with him anymore, and we live like long distances away. So I'm gonna, but I'm still gonna use a pseudonym. So I'm just gonna call him Paul. Paul, he his mom. I worked with Paul. So Paul's mom told him, he's like, when you go to work today, ask Mark if he's thinking about making Christmas supper, because I don't want him to do the same thing for his Christmas supper. So he came to work. He's like, hey Marko. Hey, yeah. So Mom wants to know, Marko, are you gonna cook Christmas? Are you gonna cook Christmas supper? It's like, well, I hadn't really thought about it. Well, see, Mom wants to know if you're going to be cooking again, because she don't want you to mess up again, because she was thinking, you can either come over, or maybe she can, like, give you some tips or some recipes or something like that. I was like, oh, okay, well, recipes would be nice, I mean, I could always use them for, like, every day, or, later on, just kind of thinking ahead. So he went home, and about a couple days later, he came to work, and she had handmade, she had bought a really, really nice fancy little binder, and she had handmade a recipe book, and she had handwritten she had handwritten several recipes that she had used frequently, of like how she prepared the turkey, and how she like did the sweet potatoes, and how to make like string bean casseroles, and various other dishes that she would make, dishes that she'd make for the holidays. And then she had also written in some other recipes there along the way of that she thought would make good for a single man to make on his own. And just a simple gesture like that was very generous, and it was for somebody who would go out of their way that didn't have to get involved. I mean, she wasn't my mom, but she knew I was thousands of miles away from mine. She knew I didn't have any family around that cared. She knew I was by myself. She knew I was going to be celebrating the holidays by myself. I mean, she probably knew at some level that I was experiencing some kind of loneliness and some kind of isolation by just being at home with nobody to celebrate with. So that was her way of trying to give a nice gesture towards somebody who was not family. And what better way of it's kind of like the old adage of you hand a man a fish or teach a man how to fish and he he feeds himself for life. Same thing. Yeah, man. I mean, she taught me how to make peanut butter cookies. I mean, peanut butter cookies, man. I mean, and it was such a simple recipe. I was like, yo, peanut butter cookies. I was like, and they're the best. And peanut butter cookies, you can sprinkle in a bunch of little chocolate chip chunks and stuff like that. Oh man, they were so good. Oh, she gave me some of the best recipes ever, and they were quick. I mean, just quick recipes, really quick recipes. And I still got the book. It's really, really nice. It was really kind of her to do it. And she taught her son how to do a lot of simple bachelor recipes back in the day. And he taught me how to he's like, you just take a couple of you take a couple of paste picante sauce bottles of paste picante sauce. You mix in a couple of stewed tomatoes, and then you mix in your beans, and then you put in your hamburger meat and everything like that, and then you throw in your chili seasoning. You got poor man's chili. I'm like, that's brilliant. I was like, that's brilliant. I mean, there was, I mean, that's how you support your loved ones there. I mean, you give them, it's those small acts of kindness that can motivate somebody, just to let them know that somebody cares. The smallest act of kindness can break somebody's anxiety, that can break somebody's depression. It can lift somebody up out of depression. It literally can lift somebody up out of depression. A small act of kindness. It may not take them out completely, but it's like I told Pina. I told Pina, I was like, you know what? I mean, there are some days where my life, it feels like a living hell, where everything is completely dark and black. But then I see that she's streaming, and I hear her laugh, and it's like she has just lit a tiny little light on the horizon. just because I heard her laugh. And that's all I needed. And I know I need to go that way. That's all. That's all I need is that way. That's the way I need to go. That's the way forward. Nothing else. You know, I mean, what more does a person need than to have someone bring happiness into their life? You know, and it could be a family recipe. Oh man, you have no idea. You just have no idea. I mean, I found my mom's recipe book. I was going through some of her old stuff after she passed, and I was going through the kitchen at the family home, and I found her old recipe book from back when she was my mom used to bake. She used to bake. She used to bake a lot, and she used to bake cakes and pies and all sorts of other desserts and stuff like that. And she had a recipe book that she had handwritten, a whole bunch of different recipes that people who would ask her to make specific types of cakes and desserts, and she wrote down which ones would be the ones that were frequently asked for. And I don't know if they were exactly like family recipes, but I do know that some of them she had gotten from grandma, from her mom. And because I remember specifically that when we lived with them for a while, grandma and my mother were always in the kitchen baking together. And they had baked several stuff for somebody's wedding together. So I know that they baked together frequently. And it even if it was mom just copying something from the back of a Betty Crocker recipe book or package or something like that, the fact that it's handwritten and the fact that it's her writing, it means a lot, and the fact that that it's something that was worth their time to handwrite, and something that they collected within a book. I mean, to me, I'm sentimental like that, where that it meant a lot to them, and for me in turn, it means a lot to me, and that's where I'm very thankful that at least with my father's very supportive with that, and it helps me with the coping and with the acceptance and the bereavement aspect of things, where he understands that I'm sentimental of those things. I'm not gonna throw those things away. So he realizes that he can entrust me with those important things that are remembrances of her. So when he's gone, that I will still value those things just as much as he does. So it's very much it's very much a give and take of a support system, of a give and take of he understands I will treasure things just as much as he treasures them as well. So now I'm not going to go too much into mania and psychosis for this presentation, because those are two very deep types of stages of mental states that can get very complex. And Rita did do a very good job of explaining it here within this window, for the limited amount of information to have someone to have a basic understanding of what those states are, even though they are significantly more complex. But I think I mean, for the latter part of at least this presentation, the biggest takeaways that I think that Rita was able to hit upon in closing, of course, are the fact that we do need to respect the fact that everyone goes through everyone goes through an emotional type of reaction of towards different things that happen in life. Not all of it's voluntary. Some of it is very much involuntary due to age, genetics, due to just the functionality of life, society. There's a lot of outside influences, as well as you factor in the fact that we don't have control over everything that happens in our lives to begin with. I can remember talking to one of the doctors that I'm very good friends with. He is I'm friends with a doctor that happens to be one of the original doctors that did the trial labs for a clinical study for at the Mayo Clinic when they were developing their eating disorder regimen for depression. And fascinating stuff. I know several doctors from I know several doctors that happen to be a part of the Mayo Clinic circuit, which is in itself is a different story. But and she was telling me that she was telling me that one of the most one of the biggest things that people need to do is they need to be able to have respect for themselves and self-care for themselves, and they need to be able to I'm trying to figure out how to say it without not everything is going to affect everyone the same way. The fact that let's say like for a guy like me, when I get sad, I don't I don't drink heavily when I get sad. I don't do drugs at all. Not even recreational drugs. I don't smoke. I don't do anything. I don't do any of that stuff. But I do like to eat. Specifically, I love chocolate and I love pizza. Those are my two big things. And I picked up my love for chocolate when I lived in Germany, and my love for pizza when I came back from. I lived in Europe for a long time, and for some reason we never ate pizza when I was in Europe for some reason. But then when I came back, I discovered what pizza was, and then I got hooked on it. But when I get really really sad, it's I'll order a huge pizza, and it's just that's me, the equivalent of me drinking a case of beer. That's just my thing, But for for someone else, if they get sad, they'll drink a case of beer, and then for another person, when they get sad, they'll go out and do crack, or they'll smoke marijuana. Every person's different. And the thing that we have to remember is that depression, sadness, loneliness, all those things affect everyone differently. Not everyone's gonna react the same way, and we have to be very conscious of that. Whether or not those reactions are the same is going to be how we respond to it as well. And again, we have to go back to being cynical about how our reactions are, both as a person who is experiencing those emotions, as well as the person externally observing those emotions, or being on the receiving end of those emotions. Because if we act cynically towards those people, we're creating a whole new set of problems, and then we're creating problems for ourselves and the person that is experiencing those first set of emotions. And so you got to be able to take a step back. You got to be able to kind of respect the issue, respect the problem. That doesn't mean you got to the fact that they're lashing out. Just, hey, you know what? They're going through something. If we don't want to get involved, you don't have to get involved. But fine. Let's at least respect the fact that, hey, person just lost somebody. They're mad about it. Okay, they're mad about it. If you don't want to get involved, okay, if you're at work, get your boss. If you're in public and it's a public, another person in public, if you're gonna walk away, just walk away, or get a cop, that kind of thing. If it's a family member, well, I mean, it kind of depends on what part of the family it is, but tolerance, of course, that comes with the territory of, if it's, family, friend, sister, coworker, that kind of thing. Do you have to be in the same, if it's coworker, do you have to be in the same workspace as them? Do you, is there the possibility of being able to, separate yourself from them, or, is there a possibility of being able to make accommodations? There are different possibilities there. That's when you can go into the opportunities of questioning, being able to explore different avenues, problem solve. Don't automatically jump to the conclusion of, well, he's pissed off because of X, Y, and Z. Well, one of us has to go. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. Start looking at the process. Is there a way to to fix this? Is there a way to be able to get around this? Is there a way to for us to coexist in the same area? Is there a way for us to separate while he or she's working through this? There's ways of dealing with these things. But perhaps probably the biggest thing is that if you're experiencing these same issues, or you're experiencing any of these issues, to take care of yourselves. Remind yourself, that you aren't alone. That there are people out there that want to help you. That are out there waiting to help you. Whether it be professionals, volunteers, nonprofit groups. If you can or can't afford it, insurance groups, charity groups, church groups, if you're religious, that kind of thing. There's groups out there that, that do want to help. So, it is, and then of course there's, there are people out there that are looking to, outreach and entertain and give you their time in order to help and distract, or be there as some kind of motivation to lift you up, especially our angel Rita here. And I really appreciate the fact that she was gracious enough to pick this as her charity. I am very humbled that she responded to me and thanked me for talking about this topic. I am very thankful that I have the opportunity and the platform to be able to talk about this topic, even if the topic isn't necessarily one that people want to listen to. It is a very important topic that we should have more discussion about, especially within our community itself. There is a huge library of resources out there that Rita outlined, that I will link to in the description of this video. I also linked to the NAMI website itself as part of a resource. I want to take the opportunity to thank Rita and to thank Prism Project for allowing her to run that charity on her channel, and to thank all the people that donated to that charity through her charity drive. I am really impressed. I'm glad that people jumped aboard and pitched in for that charity, because quite frankly, we need to do more to be able to support people that have mental illnesses. I'm glad to see that people take it seriously. Just in the past 15-20 years, people have started to look at mental illness less as a joke and something to mock and make fun of, and something that they really need to take seriously, and that it's not punchline anymore, and that speaks volumes to me, because that allows people to speak out about it. So but yeah, that's it for the presentation. Thank you guys so much for listening. I know this is way outside the normal comfort zone and area that we usually discuss on the channel, especially since we aren't talking about any specific VTubers or any specific topic itself, and we aren't playing a specific game tonight, and we are basically talking about something extremely serious, which most people they don't want to listen to because they want to be entertained. However, I do want to thank anyone and everyone that has come and gone and decided to stop in, because it does mean a lot to me to allow me to tell my story, and it also means a lot to me that um, just to be able to tell other people that that they aren't alone, and that if people need to have somebody to talk to, there's someone out there that's willing to listen, someone out there that's willing to hang out with them, there's someone out there to that isn't good at video games, but he's a tryhard at least. And I do want to try to get more active on my channel again. So hopefully, fingers crossed, if I can keep my health up, I mean that's one of the things that's really been that's been trying, guys. And if you want me to be 110% honest, between my health, recently with just getting over COVID, and still struggling with trying to get over, or not get over, but just dealing with the grief of losing my mother, and dealing with my father. Man, I'll tell you what, it's been rough. I mean, there's been some days where, I mean, I do mental gymnastics just trying to get through the day, and I just don't feel like streaming, and it's hard. It's hard, man. It's hard. I want to log in. I want to have fun. I want to be able to hang out with guys, and I got all these games I want to play, and you hit this mental roadblock that just crushes you, and you're like, why? I want to hang out with the guys online. I want to I want to have fun. I want to laugh along with them when I completely f out, playing something, Yeah, I hear you, Umberto. That's good to hear. That's good. I mean, I'm glad that you that you watch stuff like that. I mean, that's pretty cool. I I have quite a few friends that work in psychology. Because one of the universities nearby, they have a psych. Well, they have a the graduate school is for psychology here. Not here, but it's nearby. Um, it's about like 50 miles from here, but it's nearby, and I know I've met quite a few psychology majors along the way. I've thought about talking about more, real life topics and things like that. I'm not opposed to talking about real life topics. I choose to be kind of careful about what I talk about, because I don't want to bring too much controversy into my channel. Um, it depends on what the topics are. Like, we'll pick, we'll talk about COVID for a second here. It with COVID, like, say, like COVID, for example. You know, there's the new controversy that's stemming up, that Pfizer, when it when one of the Pfizer's executives recently, that there's a soundbite um of the Pfizer exec, claiming that, or saying in front of the EU, that they didn't test the vaccine to see whether or not it actually prevented COVID from transmission, before they released it, to be used. They just, they said it did, but they didn't actually test it. And so now, there's like several prime ministers are speaking out against, Pfizer, and saying that they lied, and so on and so forth. And and now there's a movement in Japan of, calling for, it's time to call, the mask mandate off. All these different types of things, right? And I'm not going to claim, anti-vax, pro-vax. I'm not, I'm not going to, advocate one way or the other, because, number one, I have not gotten the booster shot. And the reason why I haven't gotten the booster shot is because, of adverse reactions that I have never gotten over. That doesn't mean that that the vaccine is ineffective. That means that I had an adverse reaction when I got the first and second shot, and because of those adverse reactions, I'm not going to get the third shot. Because there's the real possibility that the booster shot will, drastically affect my autoimmune system. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And then there's also the reality that, there are studies in Japan that, among Japanese genetic people, that the constant use of the Pfizer vaccine has shown a decrease in the immune system, after the third shot, or the first booster. And that there is no significant difference between getting a fourth shot or a sixth shot. So why bother doing it? So there's lots of different things out there that are stating different things. And I'm not going to advocate one way or the other. There's just raw facts out there. I'm going to state what's best for me. That's it. I think there's a drastic difference between the advocation of stating what's best for me versus what a state or a national government mandates me to do. That's something I would definitely debate. However, I do not think it would be right for them to compel me to do something under duress. That would be unlawful in my opinion. Um, Now, mask mandates and stuff like that. Honestly, I Japan has had a long history. Japan, Korea, China, Taiwan, they've all had long historic histories of using masks during flu seasons, during any kind of respiratory illness seasons, and it has all seemed to have helped at least curb the massive spread of those types of respiratory illnesses. Now I don't know the microbial levels of whether or not influenza is bigger than COVID or anything like that, but I mean, unless it was something that has just been kind of passed down historically and no one's bothered to change it, there seems to have been a correlation between utilizing masks historically and being able to curb the amount of infection, which is the point of wearing a mask. It's not to prevent, it's to curb the amount of infection. Because like they've been experiencing, if you have a high degree of infection rate, you're gonna overburden your medical facilities. And if you tax out your medical facilities, then you're not going to be able to treat your high risk patients that may be suffering from like cardiac arrest, your high trauma patients, so on and so forth. So, I can see the value of using masks. But I don't know necessarily that you should be arresting people for not wearing them. Hang on, let me switch the screens here so I can get my chat window over here. There we go. But I feel for you, Calvin. I mean, we've had a lot of people around me get COVID as well, and I mean, luckily our infection rate has dropped significantly, but it is October, and historically, over the last couple of years, we have seen our trend start going up right about now, so I'm expecting it to go up again. So, long story short, I got my first COVID shot, and I fell really ill for 4 straight days, where I could barely wake up. I started having trouble breathing, and I have sleep apnea, so I already have like a home respirator, and so they told me, well, just if you're able to breathe with your sleep apnea machine, you can utilize that as long as, and stay home as long as you're not having trouble breathing at home. So I didn't have to go check in and all that stuff and be hospitalized. After I had my fever and all the other fun stuff and everything else, I never recovered from being not having trouble breathing. Then I went and got the second shot, and it all came back, and went through the whole thing all over again. The second time, I went several weeks without being, the complete lethargy, not being able to like stay awake. I started developing, and I still have to this day. Basically, it's kind of like a brain fog almost type thing, where it's like sometimes I'll start just like spacing out, and it's like I'll lose my train of thought, and everyone says there's nothing wrong with me, and I'm like, well, there's something wrong, because I keep losing my train of thought unless I like really really concentrate or write down what I'm thinking, and the breathing thing again and everything else. And I I I have been fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting, and they finally discovered, was it 2 weeks ago? They finally admitted 2 weeks ago that there was that, with a certain test that they did, that, with a specific type of respiratory treatment, that they were able to restore 50%. There was a 50% increase in O2 volume in my lungs after treatment. And I'm like, how can you miss something like that? Oreo, Ohio. Actually, it's afternoon there, so konnichiwa. Pfizer. Yeah, it's Pfizer. So yeah, I'm not getting the booster. I told him, I said, you know what? I mean, I know this. I know this. Some people make fun of me for saying this, all right? And I mean, I think you guys are cool enough for me to say this in front of you guys. But if I come down with COVID, if I come down with COVID, I trust that, whatever power is out there, whether it be, that if there is a God out there, which I believe there's a God out there, that if he's gonna take me, he's gonna take me. If he's not gonna take me, he's not gonna take me. I believe in him enough that he's gonna decide, and that, if I get this jab, if I get the booster, which, the first two times, obviously, it's trying to tell me something, that I'm getting sicker every time I've gotten the first two shots. So obviously, if you keep getting sicker, if you keep getting sicker, you shouldn't keep getting the shot. I mean, it's kind of like, why keep telling somebody to hit you with a baseball bat if you keep getting knocked out, right? I mean, it's kind of that kind of logic. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. It's like, if you are... But you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, well, it's like, okay, Oreo, okay, look, man, I got this baseball bat, right? It's a really nice baseball bat. So what I want you to do is I want you to hit me over the head with it, okay? But don't hit me too hard. Just hit me with it, okay? You hit me with it the first time. If it don't knock me out, then I want you to hit me with it a little bit harder. Okay, Oreo? Now, Oreo, if you don't knock me out with it the second time, then hit me with it the third time and hit me with it harder. Okay? But the third time, you're going to swing for the fences, okay? I mean, really swing it. And if you don't knock me out with it the third time, then you really got to swing with it the fourth time. I mean, really, really, really. I mean, you got to swing. You got to swing. Put your hips into it. Swing with the hips. It's all in the hips. All in the hips. All right? Okay. I mean, that's basically what I mean, I know I know it sounds bad saying it, but I can't think of any other way of saying it. You know? So, yeah. But with the mask thing though, I will honestly say that I mean, me personally I will honestly say though, I mean, me personally, I don't have a problem with masks. Okay, I personally don't have a problem with it. And the reason for me saying that is that honestly, where I live, that my where I live in the particular part of the country I live, we tend to get it's not so much smog. Well, it's kind of like smog, but we tend to get certain times of the year we it's kind of like smog, but it's also kind of like a fallout type of situation where we tend to get a lot of haze and smog and ash from forest fires that happen and they're mostly natural forest fires that happen in the Rocky Mountain region and we're downwind from it. So we tend to get that kind of like smog that moves in naturally. And so for me, being able, wearing a mask and everything like that actually helps to prevent breathing in all those dust and particles and stuff like that. So, and that was one of my concerns when I first started having problems breathing was, I was like, could it have been that? And they're like, no, there's no signs of irritation in your lungs that you are breathing in, particles that are affecting or irritating the capillaries and stuff in your lungs. Because that was the first thing they were thinking as well. So, they knew it was something else that was going on, but they couldn't figure out what it was either. So, order. Yeah. Sometimes I think I being hit over the baseball bat, it would actually feel better. But no, I really do appreciate the fact that that many of you guys do listen to what I have to say, because there's a lot of people that tend to check out when we talk about things like this, and to me it's a little bit unfortunate because the things that I talk about now are the same things that it's the same knowledge that I use when I'm gonna raise the curtain just a little bit here. It is. It really is. But and I'm gonna raise the curtain just a little bit here, okay? It's the same knowledge that I use when I talk to Mickey Nico, okay? Now again, I'm gonna you know she will not directly reply to me, okay? She has only directly replied to me twice, okay, by email, and it was very general, okay. I'm gonna state that up front. It was never personalized. It was never, anything in depth. Okay. However, the information that I'm talking about right now, everything that I shared tonight, are all things that I have personally shared throughout the last, was it February, March, April, May, June, 6 months with Miki Nico. And it has ranged anywhere from literally scolding her to, providing her advice to, just giving her my opinion. Okay? I'm not going to talk directly about, what those topics are. Nor I'm going to talk about what those responses were. However, what I will say is that the public responses that she gave were extremely encouraging. As some of you know, I was heavily criticized about mentioning her mental health several months ago. And in the weeks following that, I followed up on encouraging her to seek medical help, seek help with her mental well-being and her mental health. The very same things we were talking about just now in the last couple hours. Nothing different. I talked about almost everything that we talked about tonight in some way, shape, or form. I talked to her about in some manner. And I don't know, I believe she posted it on her Miki Nico Twitter account. I believe, I am almost certain she posted it on that account and not her private account. Yeah, it's on her public account. She posted her first posted a picture of her getting a ticket for the waiting room for her to go see the doctor. And she was extremely proud that she went to go get help. Yeah, and there was a few times where, like during Golden Week, where she was very anxious about whether or not she was going to be able to, have whether or not she had enough medication to get through Golden Week. Because of her anxiety and everything else like that. There was a stretch here, and I'm not exactly sure what was going on professionally. But there was a stretch here where she admitted that she was extremely stressed out because she had not been able to get to the doctor. I believe it was because, actually, I think it was because of COVID, with everything that was going on with COVID, and that she had just finally been able to get to see the doctor, and she was extremely stressed out. But there were days where she would go see the specialists, and she'd come out and she would literally tweet, that she would feel like she had a huge weight, lifted off of her shoulders because she was able to go in, get the help she needed, and then they would be able to formulate a plan. She was getting the support system that she needed, and she was starting to figure things out. Exactly the same things that Rita brought up, the exact same things that we just talked about. Very important things that, again, I'm very grateful that there are people in my chat, people in my, that come and visit my my channel, are willing to listen to, because I hope that you guys will absorb that stuff, and then if you don't carry it on to other streamers or other communities, that you're at least able to have that in the back of your mind when you're dealing with things in your own lives, or dealing with your own situations, even if it's even if you're not like, well, what did Marko say back then during that stream, even if it's not that, but it's something that you at least kind of think about, and you're like, well, man, what do I do in this situation, or I'm really stressed out, and you're like, man, well, you know what, I didn't work, offer this, or give me that benefit, or whatever, whatever the thing might be, or you start thinking, man, this wasn't really working out the way I expected it to. I don't think I'm ever going to get to where what I wanted to do. And then you start thinking, well, maybe I need to rethink how I'm doing this. I mean, even those small little things, they help you, repattern what you're doing, and they reshape your ability to, relieve that stress that you're feeling, if you're working on so your little pet project doesn't become like your that bastard project that you just loathe to look at in the corner, and you just want to throw away. I mean, how many of us have started a project and you're like, man, I don't even want to touch it anymore, that kind of thing. I mean, that's just I'm sure all of us have gone through one of those, but I mean, I think it's really important that we look at stuff like that, and if there's anything that we can take from, and I explained this to the two young ladies that I call my little sisters, Ankuro and Hoshinon. The way I explained it to those two, I said, look, I said, I said, you know who Rushi is. And I said, you saw what happened to her. And I asked them, I said, do you know what she's going through right now? And they've heard, the rumors and the stories and stuff like that. I'm like, but have you followed her on social media? Have you seen, like, what she's saying, what her side of the story is, what she's saying in her mind, what's coming out of her mind? And I started explaining to them what was coming out of her and what I was saying in response to her, her, and what Big Brother was saying in response. And I told both of them, I said, I don't want, as somebody who cares, I don't want this to be you. And I told Ankaro, I said, look, I know you're trying your hardest to, she is, she, I swear to God, that girl's gonna drive me nuts. But I mean, she's working herself, extremely hard. I didn't quite understand all the conversation that she had the other day, but I do know that there were talks of her, like, possibly like working black jobs, and I got really pissed off when I heard that. Um, and yeah, and I'm like, what? You know, I'm like, why are you working those types of jobs? You know, if you need money that badly, why are you working those types of jobs? You know, I'm like, how much do you need, and why are you working those types of jobs? If you need that kind of money, if you need money, ask. You know, that's, but she's too damn stubborn. She would rather work her ass off for, and this is almost kind of a redeeming quality of her, but at the same time, I'm like, stop being so stubborn. But she works her ass off, and I admire that out of her. Um, but at the same time, it's like, you I don't want you working shady jobs. You know, I know I can't stop you, you know, but if you know, exactly. I know exactly. And that's exactly her. She doesn't want to leech off of people's goodwill. And I can respect that out of her, even though I hate it. I hate it. I hate it because it's like, I don't want you to be taken advantage of, you know? I don't want your hard work to be taken advantage of. I look, I told, and this is what I told her, okay? I would rather, if they're only gonna pay her like $150 a week or whatever, you know, to work a shady job, I would rather donate that to her a week and let her stream than have her work a shady job. That's what I told her. I said, I will donate you $100, $150, or whatever they're paying you a week, because that's the kind of money that they were giving her. I was like, I'll donate that to you if you quit that job and stream. You know? Yes. I'm like, I'm worried it's taking a toll on her well-being, her health, and eventually, that she's gonna become desperate to try to, to earn her money. That she's gonna, run herself into the ground, to do anything, it takes to earn that money, and it's gonna be to the detriment of her health, and I don't want that. I want, I don't want that for her, and that's me having a big heart, you know, and people telling me that my heart's too big, and maybe it is. But I mean, that's kind of the same way I am with Hoshinan too. I mean, when she was, being bullied and harassed, several weeks ago online. I mean, I went from being completely pissed off to being completely. I mean, guys, you guys. I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but I disappeared for almost, like, 8 days straight, because I was so depressed. That I was so depressed. I missed my little sister, man. I'm sorry. I mean, it was like, uh, I mean, she literally like, I mean, man, I don't know how to explain it, guys. I mean, it's like my entire life I wanted to have a little sister, and I mean, it is literally therapeutic that to have a little sister, to have a little sister to tease when she's like really being bad at a game, but you know, like to like feel totally like you know, like you're failing at a game when she like completely owns you at Splatoon. I mean, I kid you not, man. I mean, every time she streams Splatoon and we play, I kid you not, she completely owns me. She completely owns me, and I don't let her win. I don't let her win. But like, it's like, you know, she'll get like 7, 8 kills per match, and like half of them, if not if like all of them, are on me. And it's like I don't get a kill like the entire round because she's constantly like chasing me down and killing me. And it's like, yo, leave me alone. But I mean, it's fun. It's fun. I mean, I mean, I love it, but yeah, it's like, you know, at the same time, I'm like, "Urgh," and I can't kill her. I am literally using a long range weapon against her, and she is using a short range weapon, and I can't kill her. I tried switching to a short range weapon, and she beats me. I can't kill her. It's like, ugh. No, Google, I did not. I did not tell you to look that up. uh, it's. I am a very easy target. I mean, one of her friends like literally sent me a link today, like saying, here's a streamer that is really good at using this weapon. He is really well respected. Yeah." I'm like, thanks. Yeah, because we were talking about like, you know, we were talking about like what's you know, um gear and weapons and stuff like that. And I hadn't seriously picked a main yet, and I was thinking about which main I wanted to use and stuff, and I mean, it doesn't matter. She kills me anyways. uh, yes, exactly. It's yeah, exactly. I mean, I might as well like be trying to throw like a thermonuclear bomb at her, and she still kills me with like a combat knife. I mean, that's how it is. uh, I mean, we would probably like if we were like playing like Among Us, and I was like, and and I was like the killer, and she was like the crewmate. She'd probably still kill me. That's probably how bad it is. Oh man. But I mean, it's nice. It's really nice, you know. And you know, for me, being a streamer, being a VTuber has actually been probably one of the biggest, most therapeutic things that um I have done since everything has happened. It has been. Let me put it in perspective here. When I had this whole thing happen to me, back then, I was playing, MMOs and other games online and stuff like that, and and I generally had fun. I was still a gamer, and I had friends I went out and did stuff with. I came home and I did stuff at home too. I had kind of like the best of both worlds, but after my whole back accident, I primarily became a gamer, and I played mostly MMOs. But I didn't, as much as I enveloped myself in those worlds of MMOs. I don't think I had nearly as much fun playing those MMOs as I have being a VTuber, and I think it's primarily because of the interaction I've had with other people. I look at my what I have done, the people I've talked to, and the amount of people I've been able to reach out and communicate with, talk to, interact with, um, even have a momentary conversation with, and the list keeps getting longer and longer, and it's actually quite impressive when I start looking at it, at just how many other VTubers I've talked to, and other VTubers that I've been able to play different games with. I mean, I've actually gotten into I've actually managed to squeeze into a few Mario Kart games with Fauna at one point, which I was like, oh my gosh, I'm actually playing Mario Kart with Fauna. I was like, oh yes. you know I mean, trying to get into a Mario Kart game with Fauna was like, oh man, I was like, I was literally like, I mean, I spent like 2 hours trying to get into a Mario Kart game with her, and I actually got in twice. And I was like, yes. Yeah, it was fun. I was like, yes. And she still beat me, but I let her win the second time. I felt bad. I felt bad because I beat, she came in last the first time, and I got in the second time, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna let her be last the second time. So I felt bad, so I let her win. But well, I didn't let her win, but I let her come in like what, 11th place. But yeah, just being able to do stuff like that, and um, you know, those are the things that I hope that even as a small guy like me, um, people that come across and stumble across my channel, being able to have that kind of interaction with other people, you know, being able to be a small, chill kind of community and stream like this is something that's has its own advantages. You're able to have that direct kind of conversation with each other, and at times it's much better to be able to have those kinds of interactions versus having you know 50, 60 people all trying, spamming, trying to get your attention all at once. um I I've had some people ask me. They're like, hey Marco, why don't you do why don't you like, do the whole voice, practice the voice thing, and get like a 3DO and try to do the ASMR thing, and maybe that'll like grow your audience, and do the whole like, try to do the whole like, seductive male, whatever type thing. And it's like, I guess I could try that. Yeah, the whole ASMR trend thing. And it's like, I don't know. I really don't know. I was like, I mean, I enjoy it. I enjoy it, but I only enjoy it from a few people, and two of them are, I mean, two of them are like, I mean, two of them are like my favorite people, and that's like it, They're the only two people like I would like bother to really listen to do it, and even then it's like I don't care to listen to them. I don't want to listen to like anything raunchy or anything like seductive. I like, I literally listen to them, and like within 10 minutes they put me to sleep. So it's like, am I gonna do ASMR and put myself to sleep? uh, speaking of that, I did stumble across a certain sensei's channel that confirmed my suspicions, but I that's all I'm gonna say about that. But I was wondering for quite a while, but I mean, I was like I kept so like I kept hearing so Roboco kept on mentioning that Choco Sensei was still asleep, and like people in her chat kept on saying, "Yep, she's still asleep." So I went to her chat. I went to her channel. I was like, everyone's like, "Yeah, she's still asleep." I'm like, well, how's everyone know she's still asleep? So I went and I checked her Twitter account, and she didn't have like her Twitter room open, and her Twitter space open. So I'm like, okay, well, she's not on Twitter space, she's not on Twitter, she's not on her Choco Sensei account on Twitch, or not Twitch, on Twitcasting. I was like, what else could it be? And then one of my friends was kind enough to send me a link, and sure enough, she was literally snoring. And then she snored so loud she woke herself up, and I guess she looked at the clock and she literally said, "Oh no!" And then she like turned off her phone, and then like literally like a minute later she started streaming. she literally said "oh no" in Japanese, and then click, the stream ended, and then I went back and I checked her the Choco Sensei chat, and everyone's like, "Yep, she just woke up." I was like, oh. She snores. She snores, and she snores loud. She's like. She snores. Yeah, she definitely snores. She definitely snores. I was like, oh my goodness. I was like, you snore. I think she needs to get one of those like she snores. I think she needs to get some of those those little they're like little butterfly strips that you put on your nose. You pinch on your nose, and then when you let go, they kind of like pull upwards. They have kind of like a little aluminum type things that like aluminum butterfly inside of them, and they kind of pull upwards to help expand your nose cavity, so you can breathe better. I think they're kind of I think she kind of needs something like that, because it kind of sounds like she like either like has congestion, or she has a a problem breathing when she's sleeping, and that's why she snores like that. Yeah, kind of like slight sleep apnea. But from what I know about her, I mean, she doesn't have like the body shape for sleep apnea, so it would either have to be like a obstructive, like if she like falls asleep, her tongue would relax to the point where it slides backwards, which would probably be why she complains that she has bad sleep posture as well, because I know she always complains that she has bad sleep posture, which would explain a lot, because if her tongue relaxes and slides backwards into her throat, that would be why she tosses and turns, because she's repositioning to open up that airway. That would be one of the reasons. Or it would be because she has narrow nasal cavity, which prevents air from getting in correctly. So that would be my guess, anyways. But yeah. Oh, I kind of feel so. I get there's part of me that kind of like wonders like why she does it, but then I I was kind of impressed, because there was like there was like over 800 people on that live stream listening to her sleep. Either that or they fell asleep listening to her. I'm like, what is going on? I was like, okay, well, I mean, I guess. I was like, it's weird to have friends that send you stuff like, you're like trying to figure out what's going on when people are talking. It's like, man, what's going on? And you get a random link, and you're like, man, do I really want to click this? But then you click it, you're like, yeah, your curiosity gets the best of you when you click it, and you're like, okay, But I mean, hey, what better way to bring joy to a person, right? I mean, you learn you know this is the best part of being part of a VTuber community as well, is that you get you get fun moments like this that are just, that you don't have to worry about, like, how do you say, it's like, you get candid moments that are just like beyond even like what the clips are. You get candid moments beyond what the actual streams are. You just have those candid moments that are just, great to talk about, that, other people just, either they don't get a chance to see it, or or experience it, but yet, I mean, it's all canon. you know she streams her sleep. She streams her sleep, and it's actually kind of impressive. It's actually kind of impressive. I'll if you got your DMs open in Discord, I'll send you a link later. Oh, mercy. Because it's it that's what, side note, I am actually quite impressed with I'm impressed with the amount of bank that that some people can make off of something like that. Because I mean, like, no joke, like, if you look at, like, at the tier levels for buying, the points and stuff like that on Twitcasting, that is, I mean, especially like with the dollar to yen conversion, I mean, what some people send through Twitcasting is pretty significant, as far as, like, if you were to convert that between dollar and yen. I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean scaring you? I'm not stalking anybody. What do you mean scaring you? No, you don't want to listen to me snore. First, I would have. First, I would have to commission somebody to do a very, very, very provocative picture of my avatar. Doing a very, like, romantic, ooh la la pose. And then, like, come look at me sleep, and send me lots of money and tips while I sleep. I've seen some of the I mean, I've seen some of the cute VTuber girls doing their sleep streams and stuff like that, and yeah, I've seen some of them do. They get some good money. Who was it? I can't remember who it was. There was one person that I know personally that, I mean, she got quite a few Akaspas just doing a sleep stream. She, like, she started her sleep stream, and like she woke up like 9 hours later, and she woke up and you could hear her. She was like, "Ah," and she rolled out of bed, and you could hear her stumbling around, and she got her computer, and you can hear her. And oh yeah, I'm still streaming, aren't I? And you can hear her going, huh? Eh? Eh? And she saw how many Akaspa she got. And she's like, freaking out. And she's like, Nande? I mean, she got quite a few. She made bank that night just off of people just like, sitting here like, oh, this is so cute and everything like that, And then the next day, she went into like full like Sindre mode, and she's like, "You guys sent me all." What do you mean I sound like this when I sleep? I don't sound like that. Do I really sound like that? It's like. I mean, like I stuck around for like the first like hour until I heard her fall asleep, and then I'm like, okay, I'm bored, and I left. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm like, I got better things to do than to listen to a girl fall asleep and snore. I mean, if I hear it, I hear it, but like most of the time, like if I like so there was there's been a few times where I've been asked to do so how can I say this without like totally incriminating myself? So so okay, so I'm not like chummy friend like best buddy, we talk on a daily basis with anyone in the agency, or affiliated with anybody in any particular agency that does this stuff, okay? Did that already air? Oh, snap. I need to check that out. I didn't realize it started already. Thank you for reminding me. That's on Crunchyroll, isn't it? I'll watch it after we finish. Chainsaw. I'll make sure I write that. Hey, take care. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks. Stay cool, man. Have a yeah, have a good day. Take care. Chainsaw Man. Yeah, I was gonna watch it. I haven't seen it yet. Oh yeah. So yeah, what I was gonna say is so there was so I was telling Hoshinon this, that I've met a lot of different VTubers that have done that do a variety of different stuff, and some of them have decided that they are they're gonna do adult VTuber stuff, you know. And some of you guys, you know that we discussed this before. And you know, as part of what, you know, they do the ASMR whole thing, you know, massages and whatnot. And what they asked me to do, you know, they asked me to sit in and you know, help them do, you know, sound check with you know, the whole left right, you know, binaural thing and whatnot. And I mean, I'll be honest, like, it really has to be like a certain type of person doing a certain type of thing for me to like really get into like you know, ASMR. And like I said, most of the time it's like, you know, when people do ASMR, I fall asleep, because otherwise, like, I'm listening to it and it's like, you know, I'm typing something, a document, or I'm playing a game while they're doing it, you know. I mean, that's just kind of like the way I am with a lot of these things. But you know, but you know, part of what, you know, what I enjoy doing with a lot of these things as well is that, you know, when being able to work with so many people like you know, that do a variety of these different things, is to be able to you know, either support them or hear them out, or hear their stories. And you know, I was talking to Hoshinon about, you know, the fact that, you know, she was, you know, she was really conflicted about the whole naughty girl thing with how people do ASMR. You know, because she knows that there's a lot of money in it. But she doesn't want to, she knows that once you cross that line, that, you know, people look at you differently, you know, and treat you differently. And I was, you know, and I was telling her, I was like, you know, I've talked to a lot of these girls that chase the money, and they don't think about the other stuff, and they feel trapped after they cross that line, because like you said, you know, they realize, you know, people don't talk to them, people won't affiliate with them, people won't hire them, you know, agencies close their doors to them, they you know, certain talent agencies won't do business with them. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And you know who they're affiliated with, right? They're actually an under agency that are affiliated with the other one. Um, and they um, it's unfortunate, you know, but I mean, that's just the way it you know, that's part of the way the industry works. Um, on the flip side, I've talked to I'm not the talent that works there, but I've talked to a couple of the talent that work at another agency that, and I'm not gonna name what agency it is, but I've talked to them, a couple of them, and they have told me that they actually feel a bit more, not freer, but they feel a little bit more, you know, the word they used was liberated, but it's not, you know, I'm not sure if that was the exact word that they were talking about, but and it's because they it's a lot different working at something like that as opposed to um doing the other type of work, if you know what I mean. The more physical type of work. And but I know one of them is got extremely depressed for quite a while because you know she wanted she wants to get out of that kind of business completely, but she doesn't have anywhere to go to, and she doesn't have anything else to turn to, and she's been turned down, and there's nothing else she can go back or rely on other than her looks. you know I mean, she is. I mean, she actually has a good singing voice. I know she's extremely attractive, but the fact that she is already in that industry, she can't get hired anywhere else. You know, and that's where it's kind of hard as a person that is very sympathetic like me. Where you listen to a person's story like that, and you know there isn't really much that a person like me is able to do other than to listen, you know and feel feel sympathy towards someone like that, because they have dreams and aspirations just like everyone else. You can feel that there's a certain amount of depression in their voices. They aren't exactly happy with where they are in life, but they don't have anywhere else to go. So what are they gonna do? You know, and I think, and I hope that I hope I'm wrong, but I think that if things keep going the way things are going now, that we might end up seeing a lot more of our Japanese counterparts starting to feel that way, as things progress because of the way the economy is going. And I'm not going to get too much into economics and everything else. However, what I will say is that the economic factor of everything that is going on right now and what's happened in the last year is playing big on everyone's mind, and that it's another example of why I have shown such an in what some people have called an extreme concern towards my little sisters over in Japan, and why I show not so much hostility. It's more of a it's more of a lecturing type of mentality towards certain executive vice presidents over at in Japan, because I'm concerned about a lot of the state of a lot of things over there. I'm really concerned about the way the direction things are going, and I don't want to see things collapse. Because my biggest concern is that should certain parts, yeah, yeah. Well, if certain parts, let's put it this way: if certain parts of the VTuber industry collapse, okay, that could be catastrophic for the industry as a whole. And and I don't mean that as like 2025 talent lose their jobs. I don't mean something like that. Um, I mean, it would be almost like watching. It's like what it would be like a proverbial bubble bursting in a certain market, and people would lose confidence in saying, okay, well, that industry, that kind of entertainment is no longer sustainable. There's no money in it. People would divest in it. People would no longer show interest in it, and people would say, okay, let's put our money elsewhere. That would be what would happen. And that's why I'm concerned that the investments that are that might have been made may have overreached. And that's just, it's all speculation. It's all very much speculation. However, just the speculation that is based on assumptions of if what they are claiming they're building is actually what they're building, it's gonna cost a lot of money, and that kind of money is in today's market is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I mean, $200 million in today's market, you're looking at probably close to $250 million to build Hollow Earth. I mean, that's literally how much it would cost to build Hollow Earth right now. I mean, that's how much it would cost to build Genshin Impact in today's money. And that would be Genshin Impact 1.0. Oh, mercy. Anyways. But yeah. Anyways, guys, I know we've segued way past what the original topic was, but I do really appreciate the fact that we have been able to talk about a wide gambit of stuff tonight. Well, I think part of the reason why she went back, is I think part of the reason why is because, number one, because of the record label, and second, because assuming that, have you seen Kiara's quote unquote other account? Like her other account? Like her IRL account? So this is the other thing that I don't really get about cover. Okay? Because it really doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. Because, I mean, essentially, Callie, Kiara, Callie and Kiara essentially are completely set up to completely go solo. I mean, they could probably go solo at like in like 4 weeks if they were like to like say, okay, you know, we're retiring in 4 weeks. I mean, they it's like it's almost like they. I mean, they're basically they could probably kick their like their quote unquote part time careers into full production in 4 weeks, because I mean it's running like a well oiled machine, and Callie looks really hot. Not Callie. Kiara looks really, really hot. At least in her last picture, she looked really, really, really hot. Yeah, Kiara posted some of her pictures from her her recent live shoot of a music video that she's releasing, and she is like, I mean, wow. I mean, like, oh, wow. Like, wow. Hot, 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 hot. I mean, I knew that she was very, very attractive to begin with. Um, I, but I mean, like my jaw dropped when I saw the pictures, that she released. I mean, I just. Yeah, yeah. Have you watched it, the dance cover? I believe so. I think I'm caught up on all the recent stuff that everyone's put out. I think. That's the other thing I've been working on. There's one other thing I've been working on that has been extremely. Yeah. There's one other thing I've been working on that has been taking up some of my time, and so I, between juggling that um, and everything else, but I think I've finally caught up and everything, because this week was probably my most relaxed week I've had in quite a while, because I haven't had any appointments or anything like that. So yeah, exactly. Well, and that's just it. A lot of them, have been lately, which is concerning to me, anyways. Um, because I mean, it seems like at least several of them that, you know, I started getting a little curious about it, and it seems like several of them have been quite quite a bit more active on alt accounts lately, as opposed to in recent times. and it makes me wonder what's going on. Um, if there, if it's not just financial decisions because of the downturn of the yen, or if it's because they're they're there's something that was changed in the contract that allows them to stream more, or if they're just preparing for inevitability of eventual graduation. Or I have not Oreo. That unfortunately, being able to read manga is the one thing I have not been able to do a lot lately. Well, that's just it. There, um, I know that there have been. So I went back and I went through several of Gen 0 and Gen 1 because I was curious about that. And I went through a lot of, I think, Gen 0, Gen 1. Yeah, Gen 0, Gen 1, and some of Gen 2. And most of their old accounts or their alt accounts were pretty dormant except for like one or two of them, and it seemed like it was a very much a case by case basis. Or like there were a few exceptions, but then like after a while it seemed like for some reason slowly that some accounts started popping up, and then now it seems like more accounts are starting to become active. So I'm not sure if something changed within like contract clauses or what, but um, it almost feels kind of um, counterproductive in some ways because if you're having talent, if you're having talent working for you, but then they're also working for themselves and they're releasing stuff for you while they're working on stuff for themselves to release stuff for themselves, but yet you're wanting them to sell stuff for you while they're working on stuff for themselves to sell stuff for themselves. They're dividing their time and talent between self-serving things and then things that are serving you that they're contracted for. So yeah. I mean, it just doesn't make much sense, but I don't know. Chapter 273 of Tokyo Revenger was awesome. And speaking of alt account, the VTuber Queen is back at Twitter. The VTuber Queen? Eh? Ooh. Is she? Eh. Are you serious? What? She posted on October 4th. Oh boy. That's interesting. That's very interesting. That's very, 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 very interesting. Huh. Wow. I have to keep an eye on that. That is very interesting. Well, yeah. I'll keep an eye on that. Yeah. Well, guys, I never knew the boomers. I didn't know that. I didn't know that either until someone pointed it out to me. I was like, wow. Okay, guys. Well, I'm gonna call it a night here, because I gotta be up in 6 hours. So, but thank you everyone for coming tonight. Thank you everyone for it's fun talking to everyone. It's fun to have our user role, our typical segue random chat that we usually do after or typical random chaotic spontaneous chat that we always have at some point. So I am going to be streaming Soma as my horror game, since I already have that bot purchase and paid for and everything like that. I have not decided if I'm going to be streaming it on Friday or Saturday yet. So just kind of stay tuned for that. I know that's kind of a longer game, I guess. I haven't played it. It's I know that, but I know it's a longer game. So, but I do want to start on a horror game, and you know, we'll definitely push through and see how far we get. Yeah, we'll definitely keep you guys posted. We'll keep you guys posted on let's see here. I'm actually looking at my calendar. Do you got how long do you guys think it takes to get through Soma? I hope so too. I hope she has the opportunity to at least watch the beginning part of it. You know, I mean, I know that once she gets to like the latter part of it, when we start talking, you know, more casual, she'll probably like, yeah, the horror game Soma. Is that what, like a 20-hour game? 10-hour game? I mean, I know there's a casual mode where you can like literally walk past all the like the the death trap stuff, but I would prefer to like have some sort of like tense moments in it. So like 9 to 11 hours. Okay, so we might try to do it in 2 or 3 streams. So we'll see. We'll see if we can get it done in like a weekend or something like that. I'm still kind of holding out to see if some of the other games I've been kind of keeping my eye on Steam go on sale. If not, then I do still have some other games as well. But I've been wanting to play Soma for a while, so I kind of want to get that played. I mean, I heard Alien Isolation is good. I've never completed that game, but I mean, it drags so much in some areas. I kind of like, I kind of dread playing that game because it drags so much. Doom kind of counts as a horror game, but Doom kind of also gets me like motion sickness. I mean, I could go out and buy Dramamine for it, but it kind of gives me like a headache as well. It gives me a headache. It gives me a headache more than like the seasickness type of thing. It gives me like a migraine. Yeah, I mean it's not terrible. And with my my I bought glasses that have that tint on them that really does help. That blue light tint on it that seemed to help. But I tend to get like really bad headaches from Doom. And I think yeah. I mean, I have it on my computer. I just can't play it for more than like half an hour at a time. it'd be a pretty quick stream. Oh, before I forget, there's a um hang on. I want you guys there is a game that is going to be entering. Hang on. I want you guys to check this out. 'Cause this looks really cool. Capture window displays. Oops. Not screen capture. Game capture. Game capture. Resource. Check this out. Have you guys ever seen this game before? So let's see. So basically, it's 5-player isometric. It plays out like a cross between Hey, you guys have seen like the Friday the 13th game, and it's kind of like a cross between like the Friday the 13th game and Among Us. Kind of like a cross between that, and each character has a has specific traits here.
Super quick frontier rundown. Today's subject: the ex-soldier opportunist Jessica Fernandez and her gadget, Beholder. Using the Beholder grants a new perspective to Jessica. As long as it's held up to her visor, she can have a visual on anyone within a certain distance from her. By utilizing this ability, she can check her surroundings for any signs of suspicious activity and take preemptive action. So I would imagine it'd be best not to do anything questionable around her. Nevertheless, having Jessica and her 3 extra pairs of eyes should make anyone feel safe.
Yeah, and you guys get to use a gun.
No!
Super quick frontier rundown. Today.
Yeah, and there's 5 other heroes here that you can use. Like one of them is like a hacker, and one of them's like a tank, and you can take defense. One guy is more like a saboteur type guy. It looks pretty interesting. There's a demo for it with one map. Sometimes you can get into a match, but sometimes it's been kind of spotty since again, it's just kind of like a demo. What's fun is let's see. Let's close this window. Close. Oops. Close. What's interesting is Friday the 13th, the game. Yeah. That game is always fun. Hey, did you see that they're you remember? Have you guys ever seen that cult classic movie, the Killer Clowns from Outer Space? And that old like 1980s classic horror movie. They're making a survival horror game, multiplayer game on based on that as well. So where there's like 2 or 3 people get to be clowns, and then like other people get to be survivors. But look up Killer Clowns from Outer Space, the video game. I kid you not, they are making a game on that. It's like so sweet. It's gonna be entering beta here pretty quick. Yes, that one. They're making a game on it. Yes, that too. Yes. They're making a game. It's like, oh my gosh. Hey, I want to show you some. I want to show you this. I want to show you this. I want to show you this. Oh yeah, I suppose. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Yes, close. There you go. That's what I wanted. There you go. That's what I wanted. Why aren't you? Why aren't you showing it? Oh, come on. Why aren't you? Fine, I'll close you. Okay, fine. Then we'll do this. There we go. Okay. Okay, so Windows 2. You know what, when I saw well, the first movie as a kid, I hated clowns after that. I refused to go near any clowns. And then I actually punched a clown after I saw that movie because I hated clowns so much. I mean, that's how bad I just did not like clowns. Hey, check out this trailer.
Shit. How did things get like this? I don't even know if this message will get to you. If I'd known it would end like this, I wouldn't have come here.
Oh, damn it, damn it, damn
Oh.
it! Cover for me, Jess.
I don't expect you to understand. Everything I've done was for you guys. I know. Excuses mean nothing now. I've never doubted myself, or thought I could fail. Same for this job. Damn it. Jack!
I know.
I would do anything to be back home. Anything.
We would like to offer you a choice. Would you like to go home empty-handed, or with
I have no
everything
regrets. I will always make the same decision. I I will always provide for my family, no matter what. Trust no one. Ever.
I'm like so intrigued about this video. I mean, and they got gameplay footage here. I mean, you actually get to go outside? I mean, look at that. Solar panels. You're on a, looks like you're on a space station. I mean, it just looks really good, you know. Basically, it looks like it looks kind of like it's kind of like Among Us, but I'm kind of wondering if being the trader that can't if it doesn't pass between, if it can't pass between people, whether or not, like, if the trader dies, whether or not if the opportunity has it to get passed to another person, or to betray the rest of the team, or and you have the opportunity to off everyone else, or if or if you still have to keep working to make it to the goal at the very end, regardless. If the game or the round doesn't end even after you get rid of the traitor, you know what I'm saying? It kind of does. It's more of survival, and less horror, I think. It's they title it as social deduction, but yeah, it's made by Mumo Studio, so I'm assuming, I think that's the same studio as, or are they Mumo Studio? I think they're a completely new studio. Yeah, they're I think they're a completely new studio. But it looks really, I mean, to me, it looks it looks interesting. I kind of want, I want to see how much they're gonna charge once it's goes live. They haven't said whether or not it's gonna be like early access, or if they're going, if they're just going full release on it. But they did put out the demo for it, and they had a lot of people play during their indie fests, or their next fest rather. That ran from October 3rd through the 10th, but I didn't get a chance to play back then. Yeah, basically, yes. Yeah. Um, and I think also, I think, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think there was also an Assassin's Creed game that kind of came out back in the day where you played as you kind of had to blend in with like other NPCs, and then you had to try to figure out like the difference, who was the other player, and assassinate them before they could figure out who you were, and assassinate you, that kind of thing. Only in this case it's just U5 on a space station and trying to escape. But I mean, yeah, I'm interested. I want to see, what kind of I want to see what kind of reception it gets before I jump on board with it. But I am intrigued by it. There's a couple other ones I download that I want to try to demo here pretty soon as well. I might do a stream on him, but I'm not quite sure yet. Let's see, what was there was one. Let's see. There was one called. One was called. One was called called Lazarus. It was Lazarus is an atmospheric first-person horror game. You play as a member of a rescue team called out to investigate a distress signal coming from a ship that disappeared 4 years ago. Yeah, same here. I only play co-op or you know 1v5 isometric games, or co-op games, or multiplayer games. I only play them like if I'm streaming them. I don't play them. The only other time I play a multi-person game is like if I get invited to it. Otherwise, usually I don't play multiplayer games anymore. Like I said, I used to play MMOs, but I got really burned out on MMOs, so I don't really play MMOs anymore. Let's see here. I also downloaded early access one game here that's in pre-alpha. The developer basically gave me or gives out a pre-alpha key if you do it, and asks for feedback on it. And it's a game called Hellseed. Figure what the heck. It's called Hellseed. It's early access, puzzle, horror, action, and stealth. So I figure what the hell. So we might try that as well. And then there's one that's based in the SCP universe called Go Home Annie. That is a demo. And that one, a twisted first-person horror game as an employee of the SCP Replication Division. You are tasked with testing artificially developed paranormal events, solve puzzles, converse with anomalous entities, and explore multiple paths to untangle the secrets behind the Replication Division. So there's that demo as well. And actually, Hoshinan, one of Hoshinan's friends, got me curious about the SCP universe. She was talking to me about it. So I figured, what the heck? I wouldn't mind trying this just to kind of take a peek into that universe. So we might do a demo night as well, since they're all demos, just to see how they're doing. And then of course I do also have that other horror game that I bought a while ago called Stories Untold, that I haven't done yet either. Yep, that one. Yeah, it's yeah. There's a whole expanded universe on that on SCP Foundation. Yeah, I did not realize how big the expanded universe is on SCP. I was like really mind blown just how expanded the universe is on that. I mean, there's just a whole fanfic expanded universe that American and Japanese people have just gone nuts on it. Hoshinan's friend has done, like, literally she has done like 6-hour fanfic reading streams on SCP expanded universe fanfic reading streams. Yeah, I mean, just insane. I mean, and she just like, she is so into it, and it's amazing to listen to her read in Japanese, even though like half of the words I don't understand because they're so complex. But at the same time, it's like I can follow along in the English translation version, and even then I'm like, wow, this stuff is like deep. It's really deep. It's really deep. I'm like, this is pretty cool. So her friend has a really nice voice, a really calm and nice voice, and she's, you know, she's really nice and polite too. So that would be interesting. I'm still like trying to navigate my way through the whole universe of SCP, but I have like seen like all the different videos and, you know, theories and you know, analysts and you know, that people have done in-depth you know, analysis of various, you know, just you know, various aspects of the games and stuff like that, and the lore and whatnot. And it, I mean, wow, it just there's just when people make an SCP game, they focus too much on the monster. Well, you know, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they want to they want to make something as weird as possible, and they want to make something as twisted and weird as possible to kind of like, they want to focus more on building a mythos as opposed to like building the human side of the people that are either living in the universe that are supposed to be protecting that universe or investigating that universe. You know what I'm saying? It's like they want to build they want to build strangeness, and they don't want to. It's kind of like how like it's kind of like how they, it would be like how they, if they built Control, the game Control, but instead of building Control around the main character, what's her name, they built it purely around the building and all the all the various entities that were that she encountered within said building. If that was all they focused about, and it wasn't about like her taking over the building, her her connection with being inheriting that position, her her father being her predecessor, that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the people. If all you do is you focus on it, it would be like if you focus purely on Pyramid Head and you didn't focus on James and Silent Hill 2. If Silent Hill 2 was purely upon on Pyramid Head, and there was no story or barely any story about like why Pyramid Head existed, and it was purely based around like Pyramid Head and how his big back sword came to be, but none of it was, or barely any of it, focused on James and the fact that he murdered his wife, and why he murdered his wife, or why he even forgot that he murdered his wife, then, or why he was even in Silent Hill in the first place. I mean, that would be a more accurate comparison, because they spent all their time focusing on Pyramid Head, and his sword. I mean, that's kind of why like a lot of movies nowadays or modern day adaptations fail when you compare them to their older counterparts, is because they focus more on special effects and trying to outdazzle the older movies, whereas the older movies tend to have more story, and then they did the best they could with the most modern effects that they had, but they had a solid script. X-Files is a perfect example. X-Files did not have, they were not able to rely on, cutting edge technology at all times to be able to, retell the whatever story that they were trying to convey, or if they were trying to modernize a modern folktale, or if they were trying to have a retelling of a story in a modern context. They didn't have, they often didn't have the capability to use movie style type of effects. Yes, sweetheart. But you know, they focused solely on narrative, and they were able to drive narrative, the story through the narrative, and then they were able to you know tell a compelling story with with a good cast, as opposed to you know focusing solely upon, like, okay, we're gonna tell a story about like the actual Wolfman, and spending the entire show budget on special effects of the morphing of a Wolfman. you know I mean, there were times where they barely even showed whether or not a Wolfman actually existed, much less actually show somebody, morphing, yeah, whatever the word is. I'm tired. Anyways, all right, it's going on. Oh man, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. All right. We're gonna call it a night here. We're gonna call it a night, and I doubt anyone's gonna get this far in the stream. But if you do get this far in the stream and you have lasted this long with us, with all this talk that we have had, yeah, if you've made it this far with me, Calvin, Umberto, and better late than never. Thank you so much for making it this far with us. I appreciate you guys making this far with us. For those of you who've made it this far, thank you very much. We will return to our regularly scheduled broadcasting of our various other variety stuff here the next time we stream. More than likely, we will do Soma here in the next day or so. Please keep an eye out on Twitter and or YouTube for the announcement of when we will stream for that. Likely, we will start around the same time, 8 o'clock Central Time, and we will go for 4-5 hours. Try to make it a weekend, get the game done in the weekend, and then move on to the next game. And we'll try to work on at least one more horror game for the month of October, and we'll work on some other stuff along the way here. Some topics must be talked like this more often for health and chill. Yes. Health and chill topics, definitely. Health and chill topics are always welcome. They don't always have to be serious topics, but health and chill topics are always good. We can definitely do those once in a while, just so we can have something to hang out and shoot the breeze with. It can be anything, anything that's on people's minds, especially with the holidays coming up. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we won't be stuck indoors again this holiday season, and hopefully we'll be able to, actually celebrate the holidays like human beings. Fingers crossed. But even then, I'm gonna be home, probably streaming anyways, so for me, nothing much is going to change too much anyways, so that's not going to be too much of a big deal. But for those of you who do celebrate holidays with friends and or family, fingers crossed. Otherwise, definitely, and the weeks to come, we'll definitely keep an eye out on things and try to keep things in a relaxed tone. So if you need a place to hang out and just talk about anything, you're more than welcome to come here. All right. So we'll again just keep an eye out on Twitter and here on YouTube for the next announcement for the next stream. I'll keep you guys informed and put up the room as soon as possible. So until then, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for stopping in. Have a great morning, afternoon, or evening, whatever it may be for your area. Until then, this is Marko Yamashita signing off. Peace.
Hands wrapped, knuckles taped black. Pick my gloves up off the mat. Fighting's all I ever